Chapter 5. Betrayal and Drought. December 1870. Ruby Collins stood back to survey the evergreen garlands adorning the main dining room of her roadhouse, satisfaction warming her despite the December chill seeping through the windows. Pine boughs and red ribbon transformed the practical establishment into a festive haven, complemented by beeswax candles that cast a golden glow across polished wood surfaces. The air carried mingled scents of cinnamon, cloves, and roasting turkey, comforting aromas that drew travelers from the cold into welcoming warmth. "Looks like something from one of them fancy Sacramento hotels," her father observed, adjusting the small tree they'd placed near the hearth. In the weeks since moving to the roadhouse, Daniel Collins had thrived, his limp less pronounced as he found purpose in manageable tasks that respected his limitations without emphasizing them. "It's not too much?" Ruby asked, smoothing her best dress, forest green wool that complemented her chestnut hair and brought out flecks of gold in her hazel eyes. She'd splurged on the fabric in auburn, allowing herself this one indulgence as the roadhouse's success continued to exceed her projections. "It's Christmas, girl, one day when practical gives way to pretty," Daniel winked at her. "Besides, you've earned some celebration after the year you've had." The year indeed. From Gold Hill humiliation to mining camp cook to successful proprietress. A transformation so complete it occasionally startled Ruby when she caught her reflection in the mirror her father had insisted on hanging in the main room. The woman who gazed back bore little resemblance to the rejected bride who had fled town in shame. Not just in her finer clothing, but in the confidence that straightened her spine and lifted her chin. And then there was Jackson Blackwell. In the weeks since his dramatic proposal during the November storm, he had neither pressured her for an answer nor withdrawn his offer. Instead, he had demonstrated his sincerity through consistent presence and practical support, allowing her the space to evaluate his past deception against his present devotion. "First guests arriving," Daniel announced, moving toward the door as sleigh bells announced approaching travelers. The Christmas gathering had been Ruby's idea, a special dinner for regular patrons, locals from surrounding homesteads, and any travelers caught on the road during the holiday. Word had spread, and reservations had exceeded capacity, forcing Ruby to arrange additional tables in a heated tent attached to the main building. Through the busy hours that followed, Ruby moved with practiced efficiency between kitchen and dining room, ensuring that each guest received personal attention while maintaining the quality of service her establishment had become known for. Yet beneath her capable exterior ran an undercurrent of anticipation, her gaze frequently drifting to the door as afternoon faded toward evening. Jackson had promised to attend, but had been called to Sacramento 3 days earlier for business he'd described only as finalizing my separation from the consortium. The possibility that circumstances might prevent his return for Christmas had cast a shadow over Ruby's preparations that she tried unsuccessfully to dismiss. The main course had just been served when the door opened again, admitting a swirl of snowflakes and Jackson Blackwell's tall figure, dusted with fresh powder that sparkled in the candlelight. He paused on the threshold, snowmelt darkening his boots as his eyes sought and found Ruby across the crowded room. "Cutting it mighty close, Mr. Blackwell," Daniel called good-naturedly, rising to take Jackson's coat. "Another hour and you'd have found nothing but bones, picked clean by this hungry crowd." Jackson smiled, though his gaze never left Ruby. "A delay I'd have regretted deeply, Mr. Collins, particularly given the special cargo I was determined to deliver before Christmas passed entirely." He gestured to the doorway, where 2 men struggled with a large, flat parcel wrapped in oilcloth and secured with twine. Ruby approached curiously as Jackson directed them to prop it carefully against the wall near the Christmas tree. "A gift that couldn't wait for morning," he explained, finally turning his full attention to Ruby. The intensity in his blue eyes made her heart quicken despite the public setting, though perhaps best unveiled after your guests have been properly attended to. Throughout the remainder of the meal, Ruby found herself increasingly distracted by both Jackson's presence at the main table and the mysterious package propped tantalizingly nearby. When dessert had been served and travelers began to drift toward their rooms or depart for nearby destinations, she finally allowed her curiosity free rein. "Are you going to reveal this special delivery, or must we wait until the new year?" she asked Jackson as they found a moment of relative privacy near the hearth. His smile held boyish eagerness that contrasted with his usual composed demeanor. "It's for you. For us, potentially. If you're ready to unwrap the future rather than simply contemplate it." The cryptic response intrigued Ruby further. With most guests departed and only a few lingering over final cups of coffee, she nodded permission for him to proceed. Jackson carefully untied the parcel, removing the protective oilcloth to reveal an architectural rendering of startling detail and obvious professional quality. Ruby gasped softly as she recognized the building in the drawing. Her roadhouse, but transformed and expanded. The modest structure she'd built had been reimagined as a proper hotel, with an elegant facade, extended wings, and formal gardens where currently only practical herbs grew. "What is this?" she whispered, though the answer was evident in the careful notations and measurements that surrounded the drawing. "A possibility," Jackson replied, his voice low and earnest, "not a presumption or demand. The architect incorporated your existing structure as the heart of the design, with additions that would elevate it from roadhouse to destination while maintaining its essential character." Ruby studied the drawings with growing wonder, noting how thoughtfully the expansion had been conceived. Her current quarters had been redesigned as a proper apartment with separate parlor and bedroom. The kitchen had been enlarged to accommodate increased patronage. Most tellingly, the office had been configured with 2 connected desks, a detail that spoke volumes about Jackson's vision of their potential partnership. "You commissioned this without knowing my answer to your proposal," she observed, emotion threatening to overcome her carefully maintained composure. "I commissioned it to show you what we might build together, should you choose to trust me despite my unworthy beginning in your life." Jackson moved closer, his voice pitched for her ears alone, despite the few remaining patrons across the room. "The drawings are yours, regardless of your decision. A Christmas gift with no obligation." The thoughtfulness of the gesture, respecting her independence while offering partnership, struck Ruby deeply. For weeks, she had weighed his proposal against her hard-won self-sufficiency, questioning whether marriage would undermine the independence she'd fought to establish. Yet the architectural drawings before her suggested collaboration rather than subjugation. "It's magnificent," she admitted, fingers tracing the careful lines that represented potential rather than presumption. "But such an expansion would require significant capital, which I have available, independent of consortium connections," Jackson assured her, anticipating her concern. "My resignation was accepted, my accounts settled. Whatever we build now would be ours alone, free from external influence or conflicting loyalties." As the last guests departed and her father tactfully busied himself closing up the kitchen, Ruby found herself facing the decision she had postponed through weeks of careful consideration. The emerald ring Jackson had offered during his proposal remained in its velvet box in her bedside drawer, neither accepted nor rejected as she weighed past deception against present devotion. "I have something for you as well," she said finally, holding Jackson's gaze steadily. "Though I need to retrieve it from my quarters." She climbed the stairs to her room's heart pounding as she removed the ring box from its hiding place. The emerald gleamed in the lamplight, its color reminding her of spring growth and new beginnings. Ruby studied it for a long moment before returning downstairs to where Jackson waited by the dying fire, tension evident in his tall frame despite his outward calm. Without speaking, Ruby handed him the open box, watching confusion flash across his features before understanding dawned. She extended her left hand, fingers spread in silent invitation. "Are you certain?" he asked, voice rough with emotion. "I would wait longer if you need more time." Ruby shook her head, surprising herself with the certainty she felt. "Time only confirms what my heart already knows. Your past may have begun in deception, but your present has proven true. I choose to trust the man you are now, rather than fear the one you were then." With fingers that trembled slightly, Jackson slipped the emerald ring onto her finger, its weight unfamiliar but somehow right against her skin. "I will spend my life ensuring you never regret this decision," he promised, drawing her into his arms. Their kiss began gently, a seal on promises exchanged, but quickly deepened with emotions too long restrained. For the first time since Edwin Porter's public rejection had shattered her security, Ruby allowed herself to fully believe in happiness, not tied to achievement or independence, but to connection, freely chosen rather than desperately sought. "Merry Christmas, my love," Jackson whispered against her lips when they finally parted. "The first of many we'll celebrate together." The snow continued falling as evening deepened into night, blanketing the roadhouse and surrounding landscape in pristine white that muffled sounds and transformed familiar shapes into mysterious silhouettes. Ruby stood at her bedroom window, watching crystalline flakes drift past the glass, each one catching lamplight before disappearing into the gathering whiteness below. Behind her, Jackson closed the door to her private quarters, the soft click sending a flutter of nervous anticipation through her body. Though propriety suggested they wait until a proper wedding ceremony could be arranged, both recognized the privacy this snowbound night offered, a sanctuary from judgment within walls Ruby herself had built. Candles flickered throughout the room, their warm glow softening shadows and creating an intimate atmosphere that banished the December chill. Ruby turned from the window, finding Jackson watching her with an expression that combined reverence with barely restrained desire. "Having second thoughts?" he asked gently, remaining by the door as though offering her final opportunity to reconsider. Ruby shook her head, smiling despite the butterflies dancing in her stomach. Nervous, perhaps, but certain. He crossed to her then, taking her hands in his larger ones. The emerald ring caught candlelight as he raised her fingers to his lips, kissing each knuckle with deliberate tenderness. "We need rush nothing," he assured her. "This night is ours alone, without hurry or expectation." "I'm not fragile, Jackson," Ruby countered, finding strength in her desire to meet him as equal. "Inexperienced, yes, but not reluctant." His smile warmed at her directness. "One of countless reasons I love you. Your courage faces everything directly, even this." He reached up to remove the pins from her hair, each one releasing chestnut waves until they cascaded over her shoulders in a manner no proper lady would display outside private quarters. His fingers threaded through the strands, the simple contact somehow more intimate than their most passionate kisses had been. "You're beautiful," he whispered, his gaze traveling over her features with such appreciation that Ruby felt her cheeks warm. When his hands moved to the buttons at her throat, she remained still, allowing him to continue despite the vulnerability of surrendering control. The green wool dress loosened under his patient attention, slipping from her shoulders to pool at her feet. Ruby fought the instinctive urge to cover herself as more layers followed, petticoats, corset, chemise, each removal exposing more of the generous curves that Edwin Porter had deemed excessive and unsuitable. Jackson's reverent expression as he beheld her body dispelled lingering shadows of that humiliation. Where Edwin had seen inappropriate excess, Jackson's admiring gaze found only perfection. His fingers traced the contours of her waist, the fullness of her hips, the generous swell of her breasts. With touch so gentle it drew a soft sound of pleasure from Ruby's throat. "These curves," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "How could anyone find fault in such beauty?" The acceptance in his words healed wounds Ruby hadn't realized still festered. She reached for the buttons of his shirt, newfound confidence guiding her fingers as she helped him discard his own clothing. The sight of his body, broad shoulders tapering to narrow waist, skin golden in candlelight despite the winter season, awakened sensations both frightening and exhilarating in their intensity. When he lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bed, Ruby surrendered to the rightness of this moment. Two people choosing connection after months of careful building toward trust. His weight pressed her into the mattress, substantial but carefully balanced to avoid crushing her beneath him as his lips found sensitive places that drew gasps of discovery from her inexperienced body. "Tell me if anything doesn't please you," Jackson whispered against her skin, his restraint evident despite the tension in his muscles. "This is about our mutual pleasure, not just mine." The consideration in his words matched the patience in his touch as he guided her through unfamiliar territory, teaching her body possibilities she hadn't imagined during her practical existence. When his fingers found places that made her arch against him, Ruby abandoned self-consciousness, allowing sensation to overwhelm propriety and caution. Their union began with gentle care that gradually yielded to more urgent need as Ruby's responses grew bolder. The initial discomfort she'd been warned to expect dissolved quickly beneath waves of pleasure that crested and broke, leaving her breathless with discovery. Jackson's control finally shattered as her hands explored his body with increasing confidence, his release following hers with an intensity that spoke of long restraint finally abandoned. Afterward, wrapped in his arms beneath quilts that protected them from December's chill, Ruby experienced a completeness she'd never known. Not just physical satisfaction, but emotional connection that transcended individual achievement. The independence she'd fought so hard to establish hadn't been diminished by this surrender, but somehow enhanced, as though adding layers of experience rather than replacing hard-won strength with dependency. "What are you thinking?" Jackson asked, his fingers tracing lazy patterns along her bare shoulder. Ruby considered the question, searching for words to express the complexity of her emotions. "That vulnerability terrifies me almost as much as it thrills me," she finally admitted. "To need someone this way after learning to stand entirely alone. Not to need, perhaps," he suggested thoughtfully, "but to choose. There's power in that distinction." The insight resonated with Ruby's own evolving understanding. She had indeed chosen this connection, rather than grasping it from desperation or conforming to social expectation. The difference mattered fundamentally, transforming potential weakness into conscious strength. Snow continued falling beyond the windows, insulating their private world from outside concerns. Tomorrow would bring practical considerations: wedding plans, business arrangements, social reactions to their union. But tonight existed apart from such matters. A sanctuary of connection that Ruby had never expected to find after Edwin's rejection had seemingly defined her value through a man's limited assessment. As sleep began to claim her, Ruby's last conscious thought acknowledged the irony. In accepting Jackson's love, she hadn't sacrificed the independence she'd built from humiliation's ashes. Instead, she'd added another dimension to the woman she'd become, one that expanded rather than diminished the self she'd fought to discover at Silver Creek and beyond. January sunshine spilled through the bedroom windows, casting golden rectangles across the floor where Ruby knelt beside Jackson's trunk. The past week had been a flurry of quiet rearrangements, as he gradually moved his possessions into her quarters above the roadhouse. Though they wouldn't officially wed until spring when travel conditions improved enough for a proper ceremony, their private commitment at Christmas had made the shared living arrangement feel right despite what Gold Hills society might whisper. Ruby hummed softly as she folded Jackson's shirts into the cedar chest her father had crafted as a belated Christmas gift. The domesticity of the task brought unexpected pleasure. Creating space in her carefully ordered life for another person, one whose presence enriched rather than diminished the independence she'd fought to establish. "You've accumulated a startling number of neckties for a man who rarely wears them," she observed aloud, smiling at the collection of silks and wools in varying shades. Jackson had departed for Auburn that morning to arrange the transfer of his banking business to the local establishment, leaving Ruby to complete the organization of his belongings. The heavy trunk was nearly empty now, its contents distributed among drawers and shelves throughout the rooms they would share. Ruby ran her hand along the interior's fine leather lining, appreciating the craftsmanship. Her fingers encountered a slight irregularity beneath the decorative brass tacks along one side, a depression that yielded slightly to pressure in a way proper construction wouldn't allow. Curiosity piqued, Ruby examined the area more closely, discovering that several tacks along the seam were actually cleverly disguised fasteners. When pressed in sequence, they released a mechanism that allowed the trunk's inner lining to lift, revealing a hidden compartment between the walls. "Clever design," she murmured, impressed by the craftsmanship despite the faint unease stirring at finding hidden spaces in her fiancé's possessions. Surely a man in Jackson's position would have legitimate need for secure document storage. The privacy of his correspondence wasn't something she'd ordinarily violate, yet the secretive nature of the compartment awakened echoes of her earlier doubts about him. Several folded papers lay within the hidden space, their quality suggesting official business rather than personal correspondence. Ruby hesitated, her conscience warring with persistent whispers of caution that had never fully silenced, despite her acceptance of Jackson's proposal. Old Pete's warning returned unbidden to her thoughts. Men like that have agendas bigger than romance. With slightly trembling fingers, Ruby withdrew the papers, telling herself she merely needed to organize them properly with his other documents. The topmost letter bore the ornate letterhead of the Occidental Mining Consortium, dated August shortly after Jackson's arrival at Silver Creek. As her eyes scanned the contents, her breath caught painfully in her chest. Regional Representative Blackwell is instructed to identify all promising mining claims and property holdings with strategic value for immediate acquisition. Particular attention should be paid to operations lacking capital resources or proper legal protection. Approaches should be made by any means necessary to secure these properties before competing interests recognize their potential value. The clinical language sent a chill through Ruby's body that had nothing to do with the January weather. She unfolded the next document with growing dread, finding a detailed map of the region with properties marked for priority acquisition. A red circle surrounded the crossroads where her roadhouse now stood, with notations about water rights and transportation route control. Each subsequent paper deepened her horror. Detailed notes about Silver Creek miners, including Old Pete, with assessments of their financial situations and vulnerabilities. Reports on local property transactions that mention Ruby's purchase of the Crossroads land. Most devastating of all, a letter dated September contained explicit instructions regarding Ruby herself. The Collins woman's claim partnership with Peterson presents unexpected complications. Her roadhouse development represents both obstacle and opportunity for consortium interests. Secure her cooperation through whatever relationship necessary. Her history suggests vulnerability to male attention after recent rejection. Exploit this accordingly to gain control of both properties. Ruby sat back on her heels, the papers trembling in her hands as their implications crashed through her consciousness. The timing aligned perfectly. Jackson's increasing attention to her had begun shortly after this letter would have reached him. Their growing closeness, his business advice, even the rain-soaked kiss by the flooding river, all potentially calculated steps in a corporate acquisition strategy rather than genuine emotional connection. The emerald ring on her finger, which had symbolized trust rebuilt and happiness found, now seemed to burn against her skin like a brand of her own foolishness. How easily she had been manipulated, her desperate need for validation making her the perfect target for exactly the exploitation this letter outlined. Time lost meaning as Ruby remained motionless beside the trunk, the sunshine mocking her darkness with its persistent brightness. When the downstairs bell announced Jackson's return hours later, she had still not moved. The incriminating documents spread across the floor around her like physical manifestations of shattered trust. His footsteps on the stairs sounded carefree. A man returning home to his beloved. "Ruby, the banking transfer is complete. Our accounts are now..." Jackson froze in the doorway, comprehension dawning instantly as he took in the scene. The open secret compartment, the scattered papers, Ruby's pale face stained with tears she hadn't realized she'd shed. Something crumpled in his expression. A man watching inevitable disaster unfold without power to prevent it. "Ruby, please, let me explain." He stepped forward, hands extended in supplication. "Explain what?" Her voice emerged surprisingly steady despite the storm raging within her chest. "How you were instructed to secure my cooperation through whatever relationship necessary. How my history suggests vulnerability to male attention." She held up the damning letter, its corporate letterhead stark against her trembling fingers. "Were there reports on your progress? Updates on how successfully you were manipulating the foolish, rejected woman?" Jackson knelt beside her, anguish evident in his face. "It began that way," he admitted, making no attempt to deny the document's authenticity. "I won't compound my sins with lies. The consortium sent me with exactly those instructions to identify acquisition targets, including your properties. And I proved an easy mark." The bitterness in Ruby's voice cut through the room like winter wind. A woman so pathetically grateful for a handsome man's attention after public rejection that she'd reveal her business secrets and eventually surrender her independence entirely. No. His vehemence startled her. That's not what happened between us, Ruby. Yes, my original assignment brought me to Silver Creek, but everything changed once I knew you. Truly knew you beyond the superficial assessment those reports contained. Ruby stood, needing distance from his proximity. Fine words, Jackson, but how can I possibly distinguish truth from manipulation now? Every moment I cherished, every touch I welcomed, every word I believed, all potentially calculated steps in a corporate strategy. Ask yourself this, he urged, remaining on his knees, making no move to rise or approach her. If my interest was purely strategic, why resign from the consortium? Why sever ties with the very organization that could benefit from our relationship? The question gave Ruby momentary pause, but suspicion quickly filled the gap. Perhaps to make your deception more convincing, or to position yourself for independent profit once you'd secured control of my properties through marriage. She twisted the emerald ring from her finger, the symbol of trust now transformed into evidence of betrayal. I'll never know your true intentions now. The foundation is poisoned. Jackson's face reflected genuine pain as she placed the ring on the table between them. Ruby, please. What I feel for you is real. It may have begun in deception, but it transformed into something true. I love you. Stop! Ruby raised her hand, unable to bear words that had once brought joy but now cut like knives. I want you to leave. Today. Now. Ruby, I trusted you. Her voice finally broke on the words, the enormity of the betrayal overwhelming her composure. After Edwin's rejection taught me how easily a woman can be discarded, I still trusted you, believed you saw value in me beyond convenience or appearance. What a perfect fool I've been. Again. Jackson rose slowly, his height suddenly seeming threatening rather than protective in the small room they'd so recently agreed to share. I won't leave unless you truly believe there's nothing genuine between us. Look me in the eyes, Ruby. Tell me you don't believe I love you, and I'll go. Ruby forced herself to meet his gaze directly, searching for truth amid ruins. In the blue depths she'd once found so compelling, she saw what appeared to be genuine anguish. But how could she trust her own judgment now? The same heart that had been so certain of his sincerity had completely missed the calculated deception underlying their entire relationship. I believe you're an excellent actor serving corporate interests, she said finally, the words tasting like poison on her tongue. I believe nothing about us has been real, and I want you gone from my property within the hour. Something shattered behind his eyes at her pronouncement. Without another word, Jackson gathered the scattered papers, returning them to the hidden compartment with mechanical movements that suggested a man operating without conscious thought. He collected only his most essential belongings, leaving the rest as though maintaining some irrational hope of return. At the bedroom door, he paused, his broad shoulders slumped in defeat. When you're ready to hear the truth, the complete truth, including my inexcusable beginning and genuine transformation, I'll be at the Auburn Hotel. Ruby said nothing, maintaining rigid posture until his footsteps descended the stairs and the roadhouse door closed behind him with terrible finality. Only then did she allow herself to collapse, sliding down the wall to the floor as sobs tore through her body with violent force. The second rejection of her life cut infinitely deeper than the first, carving wounds in places Edwin Porter had never reached. Not just her pride, but her heart's deepest chambers, where she'd finally allowed herself to believe in lasting happiness. January surrendered to February with reluctant cruelty, each day bringing Ruby further from the warmth of Christmas joy and deeper into frozen desolation. The weather mirrored her emotional landscape, unusually dry and bitter cold, with cloudless skies that promised beauty, but delivered only increasing concern throughout the region. No significant rainfall in 6 weeks, a freight driver reported over coffee at the roadhouse. Farmers in the valley already worrying about spring planting, wells dropping faster than anyone remembers for this time of year. Ruby nodded politely, maintaining the composed efficiency that had become her public armor. Since Jackson's departure, she had thrown herself into work with single-minded determination, expanding the roadhouse operations despite his absence. The architectural drawings he'd given her at Christmas remained rolled in her office, too painful to destroy yet impossible to implement without constant reminders of betrayal. Drought's no small matter in mining country, the driver continued, accepting a refill from Ruby's steady hands. Placer operations need water flow. Dry creeks mean idle claims and hungry miners. Silver Creek still running? Another traveler inquired, concern evident beneath casual inquiry. Many regional operations depended on the mountain water sources that fed the mining camp where Ruby had first found independence. Slowed to a trickle from what I heard passing through yesterday. Camp's already cutting back operations, conserving what water remains for essential uses. The news sent a pang through Ruby's chest that had nothing to do with Jackson. Silver Creek had been her sanctuary when Gold Hill rejected her. The miners there had become something like family, offering respect and protection when she'd needed both desperately. Their struggle touched her in ways business concerns alone couldn't explain. When the dining room emptied and evening shadows lengthened across the floor, Ruby retreated to her office to review the week's accounts. The figures confirmed what traveler reports had suggested: business declining steadily as drought conditions worsened throughout the region. Farmers postponed supply purchases, merchants reduced inventory orders, even the stagecoach traffic had thinned as passengers delayed non-essential travel. A knock at the office door roused her from grim calculation. Her father entered, his weathered face more lined than usual after returning from a supply run to Gold Hill. "Town's in poor spirits," Daniel reported, lowering himself carefully into the chair across from her desk. "Wells dropping, creek beds dry as last year's corn husks. Without spring rains, crops will fail before they're planted." Ruby nodded, having heard similar reports from multiple sources. How did the supply delivery go? Edwin Porter turned away half our order. Daniel's expression darkened. Claims he can't extend credit with conditions worsening. Suggested we'd be wise to conserve resources rather than maintain excessive inventory, his words, not mine. The echo of Edwin's criticism. Excessive, once applied to Ruby's figure, now to her business practices, stirred bitter memory. "We have sufficient funds to pay outright rather than using credit. Wasn't about money, Ruby girl. Man's being deliberately difficult." Daniel studied his daughter's face with paternal concern. "You're looking thin, child, not sleeping from the shadows beneath your eyes." Ruby avoided his gaze, unwilling to acknowledge the nightly tears that came once she retreated to private quarters, rooms that felt cavernous in their emptiness without the presence she'd briefly welcomed. By day, she maintained composure through sheer determination, but darkness brought vulnerability she couldn't suppress despite her best efforts. "Business concerns keep me occupied," she deflected, shuffling papers on her desk. "With conditions worsening, we need contingency plans for reduced travel and supply constraints." Daniel wasn't deceived. "You could write to him, Ruby." The simple statement pierced her carefully maintained defenses. "There's nothing to say. Pride's a poor bedfellow on cold nights, daughter." "This isn't about pride." Ruby's voice sharpened despite her efforts to maintain control. "It's about fundamental deception. Our entire relationship was built on corporate strategy." Daniel sighed. The sound weighted with years of hard-earned wisdom. "Beginnings don't always dictate endings, girl. A mining claim can start with false hope but yield true gold eventually. Or it can deplete a fool's resources while delivering nothing but disappointment." Ruby closed the account book with finality. "I've been that fool once already with Edwin Porter. I won't replay the role for Jackson Blackwell." The subject remained closed in subsequent conversations, though Ruby occasionally caught her father watching her with worried eyes when he thought her attention elsewhere. His concern added guilt to her emotional burden. Another weight pressing against her chest, alongside betrayal's crushing pressure. February continued its merciless progression, each rainless day deepening regional worries. The creek behind the roadhouse, once cheerfully musical, diminished to an apologetic trickle that barely served basic needs. Wells throughout the area required deeper pumping for diminishing returns. Travelers brought increasingly dire reports from surrounding communities, where water scarcity transformed from inconvenience to genuine threat. Ruby maintained her outward efficiency through it all, expanding the roadhouse operations with deliberate focus that left no time for emotional indulgence. She added a small mercantile section offering essential supplies to travelers and local homesteaders. She arranged alternate water deliveries from a spring-fed source in the higher elevations. She extended modest credit to regular customers facing temporary hardship as drought conditions affected regional commerce. These practical adaptations occupied her daylight hours, creating an illusion of normalcy that fooled most observers. Only in private moments did the facade crack, revealing devastation beneath composed features. Only in darkness did she allow herself to remember happiness, briefly glimpsed at Christmas before betrayal shattered its foundation. Only in solitude did she question her swift rejection of Jackson's desperate explanations, wonder whether truth might have existed alongside deception in their complex connection. One particularly desolate night, Ruby found herself removing his Christmas gift, the architectural drawings, from their hiding place behind her desk. By lamplight, she traced the careful lines depicting what might have been. The roadhouse transformed into a proper hotel, their shared vision made tangible through expansion that honored her original creation rather than replacing it. Had anything between them been genuine? The question haunted her through sleepless nights and busy days, remaining unanswered as February's drought mirrored her emotional landscape, both parched for nourishment that remained heartbreakingly absent as winter maintained its merciless grip on the land and her heart alike. March arrived without the relief of rain, bringing instead dust-laden winds that scoured the landscape and frayed already taut nerves throughout the region. Ruby's Roadhouse maintained a semblance of normal operations despite dwindling patronage, its water supplies carefully rationed from the small spring-fed well she'd had dug behind the kitchen garden during better times. The midday stage had departed with only 2 passengers, leaving the dining room empty save for a single freight driver dozing in the corner after his meal. Ruby tallied the day's meager receipts at the counter, the figures confirming what her practical nature had already accepted. If conditions continued deteriorating, hard decisions loomed on the horizon. The door's hinges creaked, admitting a momentary swirl of dust and a figure Ruby hadn't encountered in nearly a year. Edwin Porter stood hesitantly on the threshold, removing his hat to reveal hair more precisely combed than she remembered, though thinning noticeably at the temples. His clothes maintained the quality she recalled, fine wool suit and polished boots, but showed subtle signs of wear that his former fastidious nature would never have tolerated. Ruby's heart gave a single hard thump of surprise before settling into steady rhythm. The man whose rejection had once shattered her world now appeared smaller somehow, diminished not by physical changes, but by the perspective she'd gained since fleeing Gold Hill in humiliation. "Miss Collins?" Edwin's voice carried the same measured cadence she remembered, though lacking its former confidence. "Your establishment appears to be thriving despite regional difficulties. Most impressive." Ruby straightened from her ledger, maintaining the composed efficiency that had become her hallmark. "Mr. Porter? This is unexpected. Are you traveling through or visiting our area specifically?" A flicker of discomfort crossed his features at her direct address. The Edwin she'd known preferred conventional exchanges with proper deference from women, particularly those in service positions. Her obvious ownership and authority clearly unsettled him. "Something of both, actually." He glanced around the tidy dining room with poorly disguised assessment. "I've business in Sacramento, but hope to discuss certain matters with you personally. Might I trouble you for a late luncheon?" Professional courtesy rather than personal inclination prompted Ruby's nod. "Of course. Please be seated. I'll bring coffee while you review the menu." In the kitchen, Ruby took a moment to compose herself, surprised by her own calm in the face of this unexpected encounter. The man whose rejection had once defined her worth now inspired nothing stronger than mild curiosity. She arranged a tray with coffee and fresh corn muffins, simple fare given their reduced supplies, but still presented with the attention to detail that distinguished her establishment. When she returned to the dining room, Edwin had chosen a table near the window, his back straight, but tension evident in his shoulders. Ruby served the coffee with professional efficiency before sliding into the seat across from him, maintaining the direct eye contact that once would have been considered forward in a proper lady. "I must say, your success here is quite remarkable," Edwin began after an awkward silence. "Word has spread even to Gold Hill about the quality of your establishment." "Thank you." Ruby accepted the compliment without elaboration, waiting for him to reveal his true purpose. Edwin fidgeted with his coffee cup, clearly unsettled by her composed silence. "I've been following your progress with interest, Ruby, Miss Collins. From humble beginnings to prosperous proprietress, quite the transformation." "Necessity proves an excellent teacher," Ruby replied, her voice neutral despite the memory of exactly what necessity had driven her from Gold Hill. "But I doubt you've traveled this distance for polite conversation about my business acumen." The directness prompted a flush across Edwin's pale features. He cleared his throat, abandoning pretense with visible effort. "You're right, of course, always practical, a quality I failed to properly value previously." His gaze dropped momentarily before he continued. "The drought has created difficulties for many established businesses, Porter's Mercantile included." Understanding dawned. Ruby kept her expression carefully neutral as Edwin explained the deteriorating conditions in Gold Hill. Farmers unable to purchase supplies, miners scaling back operations, the once prosperous community facing economic collapse alongside the drought. "Mother has returned to her sister's home in Sacramento," he admitted, revealing the absence of Sarah Porter's domineering influence. "The store's credit is extended beyond comfortable margins. Without significant changes, bankruptcy becomes increasingly probable." "I'm sorry to hear of your difficulties," Ruby said, genuine in her sympathy despite their history. No one deserved financial ruin, even a man who had caused her significant pain. "But I'm unclear how this concerns me directly." Edwin straightened, a hint of his former confidence returning as he leaned slightly forward. "I've been reflecting extensively on past decisions, Ruby. Our misunderstanding was regrettable in numerous ways. I acted hastily, influenced by opinions I've since recognized as flawed. The careful language, misunderstanding, rather than humiliation, hastily rather than cruelly revealed his ongoing inability to accept full responsibility for his actions." Ruby remained silent, allowing him to continue his carefully rehearsed speech. "You've proven your exceptional capabilities beyond question." His gaze traveled appreciatively over her figure, lingering in ways that once would have thrilled her, but now felt merely intrusive. "Your attributes, which I foolishly considered unsuitable, would actually complement a merchant's establishment quite admirably. Customers respond to warmth and generosity of spirit." Ruby's mouth tightened at the thinly veiled reference to her curves. "Once deemed excessive, but now reconsidered as potentially valuable for business purposes." Before she could respond, Edwin reached across the table, his fingers brushing hers in a presumptuous gesture that she immediately withdrew from. "We could combine our establishments," he suggested smoothly. "Your roadhouse operations with Porter's Mercantile. Together we could weather this drought and emerge stronger. The engagement could be reinstated, our future secured through mutual enterprise." A year earlier, such words might have represented everything Ruby desired: acceptance, security, respectability in Gold Hill society. Now they revealed only calculated desperation, dressed as reconciliation. The satisfaction of his reversal, coming to her as supplicant rather than superior, flared briefly before compassion tempered it. Edwin Porter wasn't a villain, merely a limited man facing circumstances beyond his narrow understanding. "Mr. Porter," Ruby began gently, "I appreciate your candor regarding your business difficulties. However, I must decline your proposal, both business and personal." Disbelief flickered across his features, as though the possibility of rejection had never entered his calculations. "Perhaps I've been unclear about the advantages. Your establishment, while impressive, faces the same drought challenges as others. Combined resources would—" "The advantages are perfectly clear," Ruby interrupted with calm certainty. "As are your motivations. You face bankruptcy and see my business as salvation." Yet a year ago, you found me unsuitable to be your wife before the entire town. Edwin flushed, discomfort evident in his rigid posture. As I explained, that was a regrettable misunderstanding. Mother's influence was significant but not complete, Ruby finished for him. You made your choice, Edwin, and in doing so you unknowingly gave me a precious gift. She stood, indicating their conversation had reached its conclusion. Edwin rose automatically in response, confusion replacing calculation in his expression as Ruby continued. I thank you for that public rejection, Mr. Porter. It freed me to discover my own worth beyond a man's approval. Had you accepted me, I'd have become a merchant's proper wife, my abilities confined to keeping your books and bearing your children. Her smile held genuine gratitude rather than bitterness. Instead, I built this establishment with my own hands and determination. I found capabilities within myself I never would have discovered in the life you offered. Edwin's expression suggested a man encountering a completely foreign concept, unable to process Ruby's preference for independence over the security he represented. As she walked him to the door, his confusion remained evident in his stiff movements and furrowed brow. The drought will eventually break, Ruby said kindly as they reached the threshold. I hope your business survives until then, not for my sake or yours, but for Gold Hill's community that depends on your services. The generosity in her tone seemed to finally penetrate Edwin's self-absorption. He studied her face with dawning comprehension, perhaps truly seeing her for the first time rather than merely assessing her suitability for his needs. You've changed, Ruby Collins, he said finally, settling his hat on his thinning hair. No, Mr. Porter, she corrected gently. I've simply become the woman I always was beneath the constraints others placed upon me, including myself. She extended her hand in formal farewell. Safe travels to Sacramento. As his carriage disappeared down the dusty road, Ruby felt the subtle release of invisible tension she hadn't realized she still carried. Edwin Porter had once defined her value through rejection. Now she had redefined herself through capability and determination. Whatever challenges the worsening drought might bring, she would face them as a woman fully possessed of her own worth. April arrived with merciless sunshine untempered by clouds, the drought's grip tightening around the region's throat with each rainless day. Ruby's Roadhouse operated on increasingly stringent conservation measures. Washwater recycled for the struggling garden, meals simplified to require minimal cooking liquid, linens changed less frequently to reduce laundering needs. Another well gone dry in Prairie Creek settlement, Daniel Collins reported grimly after returning from a supply run. He lowered himself carefully into a kitchen chair, his damaged leg increasingly troublesome as regional medical supplies dwindled alongside water reserves. Families loading wagons moving east toward the Sacramento River, where water's still accessible. Ruby nodded, the news confirming reports she'd received from dwindling travelers. Throughout the region, smaller homesteads and settlements faced abandonment, as basic survival necessitated proximity to reliable water sources. Her own spring-fed well had diminished to a worrying trickle, deeper pump strokes yielding less return with each passing week. Did you attend the town meeting in Gold Hill? She asked, setting a carefully measured cup of coffee before her father. Even this small luxury now rationed as supply wagons arrived with increasing irregularity. Daniel's weathered face darkened. Attended, though meeting suggests more order than was maintained, near riot by the end. He sipped the coffee with deliberate appreciation before continuing. Seems water rights upstream have changed hands. Sacramento Company now controls access to the watershed feeding Gold Hill's main creek and half the wells in the county. Something in his tone alerted Ruby to deeper concerns beyond the obvious difficulties. Changed hands. How? Water rights have been community managed since settlement days. Legal purchase according to county records, though mighty convenient timing. Daniel's expression reflected skeptical anger. Companies' charging rates, most operations can't possibly afford triple standard access fees with additional charges based on volume. Ruby's practical mind calculated implications for regional businesses already operating on narrow margins. Most smaller operations couldn't sustain such costs even in prosperous times. During drought, she let the thought trail into silent understanding between them. Exactly, Daniel nodded grimly. Without affordable water access, mines scale back or close entirely. Farms wither. Merchants lose customers. Domino effect that benefits whoever controls the water. They can buy failing operations for pennies once owners get desperate enough. Ruby's thoughts turned to Jackson with painful inevitability. Though 2 months had passed since she'd ordered him from her life, memories of his consortium connections resurfaced with troubling clarity. The timing seemed too convenient. Upstream water rights changing hands during crisis conditions, creating opportunities for strategic acquisitions. Did anyone mention which Sacramento company acquired these rights? She asked, keeping her voice carefully neutral despite the suspicion forming like ice in her stomach. Sacramento Valley Water Company. Daniel shrugged. New outfit, from what folks said. No one seemed familiar with their operations before these recent transactions. The following morning found Ruby in the county recorder's office in Auburn, determination overcoming the fuel conservation that had limited her travel in recent weeks. The clerk recognized her from previous business filings, retrieving the requested water rights documents with efficiency born of small-town familiarity. Ruby spread the legal papers across the available table, scanning dense language for the information she sought. The Sacramento Valley Water Company had indeed purchased extensive watershed rights through seemingly legitimate transactions. The incorporation papers listed managing directors with unfamiliar names, until she reached the final page where corporate ownership was documented in smaller type. Sacramento Valley Water Company, wholly owned subsidiary of Occidental Mining Consortium, Sacramento, California. The connection hit Ruby with physical force, confirmation of suspicions she'd hoped desperately to disprove. Jackson's former employers now controlled the lifeblood of the entire region, a position of extraordinary power during drought conditions that could force desperate property owners to sell at fractions of true value. Had Jackson known of these plans while courting her trust? The question twisted painfully as she recalled architectural drawings and promises of partnership. Even if his personal feelings had eventually become genuine as he claimed, his initial presence in her life had facilitated critical intelligence gathering for a consortium now strangling the region through water control. The return journey to her roadhouse passed in grim contemplation of implications beyond personal betrayal. Entire communities faced destruction through calculated corporate strategy. Not merely business competition, but deliberate creation of crisis conditions to force capitulation. Upon arrival, Ruby found further evidence of deteriorating conditions. The day's stage had bypassed the roadhouse entirely, the first such occurrence since her opening. Her sole remaining employee, a local woman hired for kitchen assistance, reported that 3 regular customers had canceled standing orders, citing need to conserve funds for water purchases. For the first time since establishing her independence, Ruby faced potential ruin alongside the community that had become her home. The roadhouse that represented her triumph over humiliation now stood vulnerable to forces far beyond individual determination or work ethic. Without reliable water access or customer traffic, even the most efficiently managed establishment couldn't survive indefinitely. That evening, after her father retired and the empty roadhouse settled into silence, broken only by the occasional creak of timber adjusting to cooling temperatures, Ruby allowed herself a moment of genuine fear, not for her business alone, though its potential loss represented significant personal tragedy, but for the broader community caught in corporate machinations designed to capitalize on natural disaster. The bitter irony of her situation wasn't lost on Ruby, as she reviewed dwindling accounts by lamplight. She had fled Edwin Porter's rejection and found unexpected independence. She had discovered Jackson Blackwell's deception and protected her hard-won autonomy. Yet now external forces threatened everything she'd built, through no fault or failing of her own. The drought providing perfect cover for corporate water seizure that could accomplish what neither man had managed directly. As April's unrelenting sunshine promised continued crisis with each rainless dawn, Ruby faced her greatest challenge yet. Not merely personal survival, but resistance against forces seemingly determined to claim her property through increasingly desperate circumstances. For the first time, individual determination might prove insufficient against corporate strategy leveraging natural disaster for calculated gain. Chapter 6: Revelations and Resistance. May 1871. May arrived with cruel indifference to the region's suffering, its customary renewal mocked by cloudless skies and parched earth. Ruby sat at her office desk in the quiet of late afternoon, the ledger before her telling a story of dwindling resources that no amount of creative accounting could disguise. The roadhouse's once promising future had withered alongside the surrounding landscape, travelers now bypassing the crossroads entirely as drought rendered the region a place to avoid rather than visit. She meticulously counted the week's meager takings, stacking coins with the precise care of someone who recognized each one's significance to survival. 3 months had passed since she discovered Jackson's betrayal, nearly 2 since learning of the syndicate's water rights scheme. In that time, she'd implemented every conservation measure possible, reducing operations to essential services only, releasing her hired help with reluctant regret, converting part of the dining room to general mercantile space, offering basic necessities to increasingly desperate locals. These adaptations had merely delayed inevitable decisions now looming on the horizon. Without significant change, the roadhouse had perhaps 2 months of viability remaining, a bitter reality for an establishment built through determination and sacrifice after Edwin Porter's public rejection had forced her from Gold Hill. A sharp knock at the roadhouse door interrupted Ruby's grim calculations. She frowned, glancing at the clock. Nearly 6, well past the hours she now maintained for public business. Her father had departed that morning to assist a neighboring homestead with well repairs, leaving Ruby alone at the increasingly isolated crossroads. The knock came again, more insistent. Ruby retrieved the small derringer she'd taken to keeping in her desk drawer, a precaution her father had insisted upon as desperate times made formerly law-abiding citizens unpredictable. She tucked it into her skirt pocket before moving cautiously from her office to the main room. Through the window beside the door, she caught a glimpse of a tall figure standing on her porch, broad-shouldered despite an evident weariness in his posture, hat pulled low against the relentless sun. Something in the stance triggered recognition that sent her heart hammering against her ribs with painful force. Ruby hesitated, hand on the latch, warring impulses freezing her in place. Part of her, the wounded, betrayed part, wanted to ignore the knock entirely, pretend absence until the visitor departed. Another part, curious and against her better judgment still drawn to the man despite everything, urged her to confront whatever had brought Jackson Blackwell back to her doorstep after months of silence. Practicality won over emotion. She drew herself upright, composed her features into careful neutrality, and opened the door just wide enough to confirm her suspicion. Jackson Blackwell stood before her, nearly unrecognizable from the polished businessman who had once courted her trust. Trail dust-covered clothing that showed signs of hard travel and little care. Several days' growth of beard shadowed his jaw, and his blue eyes, once bright with enthusiasm for their shared future, now appeared shadowed with exhaustion and something that might have been desperation. Ruby's immediate impulse to slam the door faltered as he spoke, his voice emerging as a hoarse rasp unlike his usual confident tone. "Ruby, please. I can prove I'm not your enemy." Something in his ravaged appearance gave her pause despite the anger and hurt that had sustained her through months of his absence. "You have an interesting definition of enemy, Mr. Blackwell. Most wouldn't consider manipulating a woman's affections for corporate advantage particularly friendly behavior." Jackson didn't flinch from the accusation, accepting it with a slight nod that acknowledged its justice. 5 minutes, that's all I ask. Then if you still want me gone, I'll leave and never trouble you again." Against every rational judgment, Ruby found herself stepping back, opening the door wider in silent invitation. Perhaps it was curiosity, perhaps lingering feelings she couldn't entirely extinguish, or perhaps simply the businesswoman's pragmatic need for any information that might help her survive the syndicate's stranglehold on the region. Jackson entered her domain with none of his former confidence, standing awkwardly just inside the threshold as though uncertain of his welcome, despite her tacit permission. Up close, his condition appeared even more concerning. weight lost from his frame, dark circles beneath his eyes suggesting extended sleeplessness, and a careful way of holding his left shoulder that hinted at recent injury. 5 minutes, Ruby confirmed, gesturing toward a table while maintaining significant distance between them. Though I can't imagine what you might say that would require my attention after all this time. Rather than immediate explanation, Jackson reached inside his trail-worn coat, movements deliberately slow as though conscious of not appearing threatening. He withdrew a leather portfolio and placed it on the table between them, flipping it open to reveal neatly organized documents despite their travel-worn appearance. I resigned from the consortium 4 months ago, he began without preamble, sliding a formal letter across the table. Effective immediately after Christmas, weeks after meeting you, once I recognized the depth of their plans and my own transformation. Ruby glanced at the document, noting the January date, shortly after she'd discovered his deception and demanded his departure. The coincidence seemed too convenient to be credible. Resignations can be manufactured after the fact, Mr. Blackwell. This proves nothing. Jackson nodded, as though expecting her skepticism. Which is why I brought these. He pushed forward additional papers, these bearing official seals and notary stamps. Banking records documenting complete financial separation from Occidental interests. Property deeds transferred from consortium holdings to my independent ownership. Tax filings establishing my disassociation from all syndicate businesses. Despite her determination to remain unmoved, Ruby found herself leaning forward. Legal training from her father's prospecting days allowing her to recognize the authenticity of the documents before her. The dates aligned with Jackson's claim of January separation, well before the syndicate's water rights scheme had become publicly known. These appear legitimate, she acknowledged reluctantly, but they don't explain your presence here now, nor why I should care about your employment status with people currently destroying this region through water manipulation. Jackson's expression darkened as he reached for the final documents in his portfolio. Because the syndicate's plans extend far beyond what you've witnessed thus far. This drought provided perfect cover, but their strategy was formulated months ago, a comprehensive approach to monopolizing resources throughout 3 counties. He spread several maps across the table, these marked with red annotations indicating water sources, property boundaries, and strategic acquisition targets. Beside them, he placed internal memoranda detailing phased implementation of resource control with coldly calculated profit projections based on community desperation. They're creating artificial scarcity, he explained, voice tightening with evident anger. Diverting water from natural watersheds through hidden channels, damming underground springs that feed regional wells, all while charging exorbitant rates for access to resources they've deliberately restricted. Ruby studied the documents with growing horror, professional detachment crumbling as she recognized locations throughout the region, including her own Crossroads property, marked with notation Strategic Acquisition Target, Priority Level 1 following water depletion. Why would they send these to you after your resignation? She asked, suspicion resurfacing despite the evidence before her. They didn't. Jackson's mouth twisted in grim humor, entirely lacking mirth. I took them before leaving. When I threatened to expose their methods to regulatory authorities, they sent men to recover the documentation and ensure my silence. He shifted slightly, wincing as the movement appeared to aggravate his shoulder. This was their first attempt. There have been others since. With careful movements that suggested significant discomfort, he unbuttoned his collar and pulled the fabric aside to reveal a partially healed wound high on his shoulder. The unmistakable evidence of a bullet's passage through flesh. They missed my heart by inches, he said simply, a fact I attribute more to the shooter's poor skill than lack of intention. Ruby found herself momentarily speechless, the physical evidence of violence impossible to dismiss as manipulation or falsehood. Whatever Jackson's original deception, the wound on his shoulder represented undeniable risk taken in opposition to his former employers. Why come to me? She finally asked, the question encompassing complexities beyond its simple wording. Why not take this to authorities in Sacramento? Because the syndicate has significant influence over regional officials, financial contributions that ensure regulatory oversight remains conveniently minimal. Jackson's expression reflected bitter understanding of corruption's reach, and because this community, your community, stands directly in their acquisition path, the roadhouse's water source, while diminished, remains one of few independent supplies not yet under their control. He leaned forward, fatigue momentarily replaced by intensity that reminded Ruby of the man she'd initially trusted. I came to you because you have something the syndicate hasn't accounted for in their strategic calculations, Ruby Collins, a determination they consistently underestimate and a community connection they don't understand. The statement struck closer to truth than Ruby wanted to acknowledge. Despite lingering hurt from his betrayal, she couldn't ignore the evidence before her, or the implications for everything she'd built at the crossroads. If the syndicate's plans proceeded unchallenged, her roadhouse would fail regardless of her business acumen or work ethic. Another property added to corporate holdings through deliberately engineered crisis. Even if everything you've shown me is true, she said carefully, what precisely do you propose? A handful of struggling businesses and farms can hardly stand against a corporation with seemingly unlimited resources and political connections. Not alone, perhaps? Jackson's voice strengthened with conviction that seemed genuine despite Ruby's reluctance to trust her judgment where he was concerned. But together, with evidence of their illegal water diversions and manipulation of market conditions, we could force regulatory intervention that even their influence couldn't entirely suppress. Ruby studied him across the table, searching for signs of the calculation that had characterized his original approach to her months earlier. Instead, she found only exhaustion, determination, and something that might have been hope beneath the grime of difficult travel and evident hardship. Your 5 minutes expired some time ago, Mr. Blackwell, she observed, though she made no move to dismiss him. Instead, she gathered the documents into a neat stack, her decision forming even as caution urged hesitation. I need time to verify these independently and consider implications. Jackson nodded, accepting her reservation without argument. Of course. I've taken rooms at the Auburn Hotel, though I don't remain in any location more than 2 nights consecutively. A humorless smile touched his lips. The syndicate's memory for perceived betrayal rivals your own. The comparison might once have stung, but Ruby found herself acknowledging its accuracy with reluctant internal admission. Return tomorrow afternoon. I'll have reached a decision by then regarding what, if any, action these documents might justify. As Jackson rose to leave, fatigue once again evident in his movements, Ruby added, with professional detachment that did not entirely mask underlying concern, "There's a doctor in Auburn who's discreet about bullet wounds. Harrison on Elm Street. Your shoulder needs proper attention if you intend to be useful in whatever resistance might be mounted." If Jackson recognized the implicit shift in her position from outright rejection to tentative consideration of collaboration, he had the wisdom not to comment directly. "Thank you, Ruby, for the recommendation and for hearing me out despite every reason not to." After he departed, Ruby remained at the table, documents spread before her like physical manifestations of decisions with no optimal outcome. Trust Jackson again and risk repeated betrayal, or reject his evidence and face inevitable defeat against corporate forces systematically destroying the region she'd come to call home. As May's relentless sun finally surrendered to evening shadows, Ruby made her choice, not from emotion or lingering attachment, but from practical assessment of survival odds. Sometimes, she reflected with grim irony, allies came in imperfect packages, and principles required flexibility when extinction threatened not just dreams, but entire communities. The Roadhouse's main room had never hosted such a gathering. Representatives from establishments and farms throughout the region crowded around tables pushed together to form a makeshift conference space. Suspicion and desperation mingled in equal measure, as men who had once been competitors now sat shoulder to shoulder, unified by common threat to their livelihoods and community survival. Walter Prescott from Silver Creek Mining Camp sat rigidly beside Edwin Porter, their usual animosity temporarily suspended by droughts equalizing pressure on both operations. Farmers, whose weather-beaten faces reflected months of watching crops wither, shared bench space with merchants whose ledgers showed identical patterns of declining revenue. Ruby's father had positioned himself near the door, ready to prevent interruptions during the unprecedented gathering. At the head of the assembled tables, Ruby stood with composed determination that belied her internal uncertainty. 24 hours of careful verification had confirmed the authenticity of Jackson's documents, leaving her no choice but to arrange this emergency meeting despite significant reservations about both messenger and message. "Gentlemen, thank you for coming on such short notice," she began, acknowledging the unusual circumstance of a woman addressing a room of business leaders. That they had attended at her invitation reflected both the severity of regional conditions and the respect she'd earned through her roadhouse's operation. "I've asked you here because information has come to light regarding the true nature of our water crisis, information that affects every operation represented in this room." Murmurs circulated briefly before Ruby continued. "Rather than detail this myself, I've asked someone with first-hand knowledge to present evidence for your consideration. I request you hear him fully before forming judgments, despite potentially challenging history." She nodded toward her office, from which Jackson emerged carrying the portfolio she'd carefully reviewed. Unlike their previous day's encounter, he had cleaned up considerably. Fresh clothes, beard trimmed, hair neatly combed, though fatigue and tension remained evident in his posture. Reaction rippled through the assembled men. Recognition from those who had encountered him during his extended stay at Silver Creek. Suspicion from others familiar with consortium representatives who had approached their properties with acquisition offers following water access restrictions. "Many of you know Jackson Blackwell," Ruby acknowledged, maintaining professional distance in her introduction. "Former representative of Occidental Mining Consortium, now operating independently and bringing critical information regarding syndicate operations affecting our region." "Syndicate spy, more likely," muttered a farmer whose property had recently lost well access. "Sent to gather intelligence on our resistance planning." Jackson faced the hostility without flinching, seemingly expecting precisely this reception. "Your suspicion is entirely justified," he responded evenly, surprising the room with his candor. "I represented Occidental's interests in this region for months, identifying acquisition targets and gathering information that helped position the syndicate advantageously." The admission provoked angry murmurs until Jackson raised his hand, continuing with firm conviction. "I'm not here seeking absolution for that role, but intentions matter less than what we do now when the full scope of corporate strategy threatens not just individual properties, but the entire region's viability." Over the next hour, Jackson methodically presented evidence that silenced even his harshest critics. Internal memoranda detailing deliberate water diversion strategies, maps identifying constructed dams on public waterways, profit projections based on artificially created scarcity forcing distressed sales of targeted properties. Most damning were engineering specifications for structures already constructed to redirect underground water flows away from regional wells, creating manufactured drought conditions alongside natural rainfall shortage. "They're not simply charging excessive rates for existing water," Jackson explained, pointing to technical drawings. "They're actively preventing natural watershed function while appearing to operate within legal boundaries. The difference is critical from regulatory perspective. Price gouging during natural disaster may be unethical, but difficult to prosecute. Active resource diversion and manipulation constitutes criminal activity under both state and federal statutes." Ruby watched the assembled men's expressions transform from skepticism to outrage as evidence mounted beyond possibility of misinterpretation. Even Edwin Porter, initially among the most visibly dubious of Jackson's claims, leaned forward with growing concern as implications for his struggling mercantile became clear. "Why should we believe you've truly separated from these operations?" Prescott demanded, voicing the question most present likely harbored. "Convenient timing to present yourself as savior after participating in creating the crisis." Jackson did not attempt to deny the accusation's basic premise. "I was part of initial surveys and strategic planning," he acknowledged, meeting Prescott's challenge directly. "My awakening came too late to prevent implementation, but perhaps not too late to expose and dismantle these operations before they destroy everything and everyone in this room." "Convenient redemption story," Edwin commented with apparent skepticism, though his eyes betrayed genuine concern regarding the evidence presented. Ruby stepped forward then, her voice carrying quiet authority that commanded attention despite her gender in the male-dominated gathering. Mr. Blackwell's motivations warrant legitimate questioning. However, the documentation he's provided has been independently verified through multiple sources. Whether we trust the messenger, we cannot afford to ignore the message or the opportunity it presents for coordinated resistance. She outlined the strategy she and Jackson had formulated during tense conversation that morning. Documentation of illegal diversions, coordinated complaints to specific regulatory officials known for integrity rather than syndicate influence, and strategic pressure through newspapers seeking stories on corporate exploitation during natural disaster. We face not merely drought, but deliberate corporate strategy designed to eliminate independent operations throughout the region, Ruby concluded. Divided, we will each fail individually as water access disappears. United, with evidence of illegal activity in hand, we stand some chance of preserving both our individual businesses and the community we've collectively built. The silence following her statement reflected serious consideration rather than dismissal, a significant achievement for a woman addressing men accustomed to discounting female perspectives on business matters. Ruby had earned their respect through demonstrated capability and the Roadhouse's success before artificial constraints began strangling regional commerce. Walter Prescott finally broke the contemplative quiet, his weathered face reflecting the calculated assessment of a man accustomed to weighing risks against potential rewards. What precisely would this united front require from each of us? Silver Creek operates on margins already cut to the bone by restricted water access. Documentation, Jackson answered promptly. Each property affected by sudden well failure or restricted creek access represents evidence of pattern rather than coincidence. Dates, water levels, unusual construction observed near waterways, details that individually seem minor but collectively establish deliberate manipulation. And physical inspection of suspected diversion sites, Ruby added, unrolling a map across the central table. Mr. Blackwell has identified several locations where syndicate operations likely include illegal structures affecting natural water flow. Verification of these activities by multiple witnesses strengthens regulatory complaints. For the next hour, the gathering transformed from skeptical audience to engaged strategists, caution gradually yielding to purposeful planning as professional rivalries dissolved before common threat. Edwin Porter offered his mercantile as collection point for documentation. Farmers volunteered to inspect remote locations where diversion dams had likely been constructed. Even the banker from Auburn, initially the most reserved participant, eventually committed to researching possible financial irregularities in water rights transfers. Throughout the discussions, Ruby maintained careful distance from Jackson despite their unified presentation. They functioned as reluctant allies rather than reconciled partners, professional cooperation masking personal wounds still raw beneath practical collaboration. If others noted the careful space maintained between them or the absence of eye contact beyond necessary communication, none commented directly. This resistance plan appears sound on paper, Prescott observed as the meeting concluded. Maps and documents carefully distributed among participants according to assigned responsibilities. But the syndicate has demonstrated willingness to employ methods beyond legal boundaries. Those pursuing this evidence should consider personal safety alongside documentation objectives. The warning prompted solemn nods around the table, participants recognizing risks beyond mere business failure. Jackson unconsciously touched his healing shoulder, the gesture drawing attention to potential consequences for opposing consortium interests too directly. Travel in pairs at minimum, Ruby advised, practical concern overriding personal complications. Report scheduled inspection routes and expected return times to ensure accountability. The Roadhouse will serve as central coordination point. Neutral territory accessible to all participants regardless of prior business relationships. As men filed from the Roadhouse, determination replacing earlier desperation in their bearing, Ruby found herself momentarily alone with Jackson for the first time since his presentation began. The awkward silence between them reflected complexities transcending their current practical alliance. Trust fractured, but not entirely destroyed. Emotions neither fully resolved nor completely extinguished. "You were convincing," Jackson finally observed, gathering remaining documents with careful precision. They might have rejected the evidence from me alone regardless of documentation quality. Ruby acknowledged the comment with a slight nod, maintaining professional distance despite the intimate history hovering unspoken between them. Self-interest provides powerful motivation. Each man present faces ruin if syndicate operations continue unchallenged, including myself. The quiet statement carried weight beyond its simple wording. Jackson met her eyes directly for the first time since entering the roadhouse, his gaze holding none of the calculation she'd feared finding there. I've invested everything I possess in exposing their methods, Ruby. Not for redemption in your eyes, though I won't pretend that doesn't matter. But because after meeting you, I could no longer participate in destroying communities for corporate profit margins. The sincerity in his voice stirred emotions Ruby had carefully suppressed since discovering his original deception. Before she could formulate response balancing practical alliance with personal wariness, her father entered from outside, his expression grave despite the meeting's apparent success. "Riders approaching from Sacramento direction," Daniel reported, interrupting the charged moment between them. 4 men, heavily armed by the look of them, moving with purpose rather than casual travel. Jackson's expression tightened with immediately understanding. Consortium enforcers. They must have informants in Auburn who reported my presence at the hotel. He gathered remaining documents with increased urgency. I should leave immediately, draw them away from the roadhouse before they connect this location with resistance coordination. Ruby's practical nature asserted itself despite lingering personal complications. Foolish. Alone on open road, you'd be defenseless. They know you possess evidence that threatens syndicate operations. She turned to her father with calm efficiency that belied the danger approaching. "Pa, show Mr. Blackwell the storage cellar behind the kitchen. The entrance is concealed beneath supply shelving." Daniel nodded without question, understanding gleaming in his weathered features. Built it that way purposefully when helping with construction. Never hurts to have hiding place when establishing business on frontier crossroads. As her father led Jackson toward the concealed shelter, Ruby called after them with businesslike detachment that masked genuine concern. They'll likely search the premises, remain absolutely silent, regardless of what you hear. These men wouldn't hesitate to harm anyone protecting evidence against their employers. Alone in the main room, Ruby quickly arranged evidence of normal business operations. Account books open on the counter, cleaning supplies visible as though interrupted mid-task. She had just settled into apparent bookkeeping when hoofbeats announced the rider's arrival. Dust clouds visible through windows as 4 men dismounted with the confident movements of those accustomed to intimidating rather than requesting cooperation. Their leader entered without knocking, hat remaining firmly on his head in deliberate discourtesy. "Afternoon, ma'am. Searching for a business associate. Tall fellow named Blackwell. Information suggests he visited this establishment recently." Ruby looked up from her ledger with carefully composed surprise, her expression revealing nothing of the fear tightening her stomach. "I receive many travelers at this crossroads, sir." Without more specific description, "Dark hair, blue eyes, carries document case containing materials stolen from our employers." The man's hand rested casually on his holstered pistol, the gesture conveying threat more effectively than direct words. "Dangerous character with tendency toward deception. For public safety, we're authorized to search any premises where he might be concealed." Without waiting for permission, he gestured to his companions, who immediately began methodical inspection of the roadhouse. Checking rooms, opening cupboards, examining spaces large enough to conceal a man of Jackson's size. Ruby remained seated, maintaining outward calm while acutely conscious of the concealed cellar and its occupants, potentially detectable through thorough search. "You seem very interested in my humble establishment," she observed mildly, deliberately drawing attention back to herself rather than her father's absence. "Though proper introductions appear overlooked in your enthusiasm. Perhaps you could share which company authorizes this intrusion into private property?" The leader's expression hardened at her composed challenge. "Accidental Mining Consortium maintains significant interests throughout this region, ma'am. Cooperation with our security team generally proves advantageous for local businesses, particularly those struggling with current water scarcity issues." The implicit threat hung between them, corporate power wielded like weapon against independent operations resisting acquisition. Ruby recognized the dangerous confrontation developing, her continued resistance marking the roadhouse as potential obstacle to syndicate plans, regardless of Jackson's presence or absence. "How fortunate that my establishment maintains its own independent water source, then," she replied with deceptive pleasantness that disguised steel beneath. "Now, unless you gentlemen intend to enjoy a paid meal during your visit, I must ask you to conclude your unauthorized search and depart. Private property rights remain enforceable even during drought conditions." For tense moments, possibility of escalation hung in the air between them. Corporate enforcers unaccustomed to resistance from businesses vulnerable to their influence, particularly when that resistance came from a woman operating independently on valuable crossroads property. Finally, the leader gestured to his men, their search having revealed nothing beyond normal roadhouse operations. "We'll be moving along for now," he conceded with thin smile entirely lacking warmth, "though I suspect we'll be monitoring this establishment with increased interest going forward." Occidental recognizes strategic opportunity when it presents itself, particularly properties positioned along vital transportation routes. Ruby maintained composed expression until hoofbeats faded into distance, confirmation of Ryder's departure, allowing tension to release from shoulders held rigidly throughout the confrontation. She moved immediately to the kitchen, shifting heavy shelving to reveal the cellar entrance where her father and Jackson had remained concealed during the search. "They've gone," she announced as both men emerged from the musty space, dust clinging to their clothing from the rarely used hiding place, though with clear indication that the roadhouse now features prominently in syndicate awareness, regardless of your presence or absence. Jackson brushed cobwebs from his sleeve, expression grim with understanding of implications. "They'll watch this location carefully now. Your involvement in resistance efforts places you directly in their path. Exactly what I hope to prevent by keeping evidence of my presence here minimal. My involvement began when they targeted this region for acquisition through water manipulation," Ruby corrected firmly. "Your arrival merely provided confirmation and evidence of methods already affecting my business and community." She straightened her shoulders, decision crystallizing through the confrontation just experienced. Personal complications regarding Jackson's past deception remained unresolved, but larger threats to everything she'd built required pragmatic alliance regardless of emotional reservations. "We proceed as planned," she stated with quiet certainty that brooked no argument from either man. "Coordinate documentation efforts, verify diversion sites, prepare regulatory complaints with irrefutable evidence." The syndicate just confirmed they considered this property acquisition target regardless of our actions. "Defense through exposure represents our only viable strategy." As Daniel discreetly checked surrounding property for lingering observers, Ruby found herself briefly alone with Jackson once more. The shared danger had shifted something between them, not erasing past betrayal, but contextualizing it within larger forces, threatening everything she valued beyond their personal connection. "I'll arrange alternative accommodation," Jackson offered, practical concern evident in his expression. "My presence here increases risk to you unnecessarily." Ruby considered the suggestion against practical realities. Consortium awareness already established, documentation coordination requiring central location, safety in numbers during increasingly dangerous resistance efforts. The roadhouse remains optimal coordination point precisely because they've already identified it as such. Changing now only divides our limited resources while providing no additional security. The business-like assessment masked deeper acknowledgement neither spoke aloud, that whatever personal complications lingered between them, circumstances had forced reluctant partnership transcending individual concerns. Ruby might not have fully forgiven Jackson's original deception, but practical alliance against corporate forces threatening regional survival had become necessity rather than choice. "We'll use the cellar for document storage," she added, professional efficiency replacing personal distance as their immediate situation demanded, "and establish regular check-in protocols for those gathering evidence at suspected diversion sites. The consortium clearly employs enforcers willing to operate beyond legal boundaries. Our response must anticipate similar disregard for conventional constraints. As twilight descended over the drought-stricken landscape, Ruby and Jackson bent over maps spread across the dining table, reluctant allies planning resistance against corporate forces neither could oppose alone. Personal reconciliation remained uncertain, trust damaged but not destroyed by past deception. Yet practical necessity had forged partnership from fractured connection, their combined knowledge and resources offering slim hope against syndicate operations methodically consuming independent businesses throughout the region. Ruby's thoughts briefly returned to Edwin Porter's visit months earlier, his proposal to combine establishments against drought conditions, representing individual solution to individual problem. The gathered community leaders today had recognized truth Edwin never grasped, that survival required collective resistance rather than isolated self-preservation. Whether their unlikely alliance would prove sufficient against corporate resources remained uncertain, but the alternative guaranteed failure for all involved. As night deepened outside the roadhouse windows, Ruby acknowledged the irony with grim humor. Her path to true independence now required interdependence with others, including the man whose betrayal had nearly destroyed her capacity for trust. Life at the crossroads had never followed expected patterns. This latest development merely continued that unpredictable tradition, with potentially dire consequences for failure. Moonlight silvered the drought-parched landscape as Ruby and Jackson prepared for their nighttime expedition. The main water diversion site lay 15 miles north, nestled in a remote canyon where Settlers Creek once flowed freely before mysteriously diminishing to a trickle that barely reached downstream property. Horses safer, Jackson explained, tightening the saddle cinch on his bay gelding. Less noise, smaller silhouette, easier to conceal if we encounter patrols. He kept his voice low, though they stood alone behind the roadhouse stables, acutely conscious of potential syndicate observers following their confrontation days earlier. Ruby nodded tightly, practical necessity overriding her reluctance for close proximity. Since Jackson's return, she'd maintained careful physical distance, protecting herself from emotions his presence stirred despite her determination to remain detached. Now, their mission required sharing a saddle through difficult terrain, professional cooperation demanding personal boundaries be temporarily set aside. "I've packed documenting supplies," she said, securing a small satchel to the saddle. "Paper for recording measurements, drawing implements for mapping structures, and the small camera Mr. Wilson modified for low-light conditions." The photographer from Auburn had proven unexpectedly valuable to their resistance efforts, adapting equipment to capture evidence under cover of darkness. Jackson mounted first, then extended his hand to assist Ruby. She hesitated fractionally before placing her fingers in his, the simple contact sending unwelcome awareness through her, despite gloves creating barrier between skin. With practiced ease that ignored her body's betraying response, she settled behind him on the saddle, maintaining maximum possible distance while still secure for the journey ahead. "Ready?" he asked, glancing over his shoulder. "Let's proceed." Ruby's clipped tone masked the discomfort of their arrangement, not physical discomfort, but emotional vulnerability she'd sworn to avoid after discovering his original deception. They rode in silence through the night-shrouded countryside, keeping to shadows cast by scattered trees and avoiding open spaces where moonlight might reveal their movement to watchful eyes. The gelding moved sure-footedly despite the darkness, Jackson's skilled handling navigating difficult terrain without hesitation. As they began ascending steeper slopes, approaching the canyon, loose rocks and uncertain footing necessitated adjustments to their riding position. Ruby found herself forced to shift forward, one hand reluctantly circling Jackson's waist for stability as the horse picked its careful way upward. The solid warmth of him against her front awakened sensory memories she'd fought to suppress. The familiar strength of his body, the subtle scent of sandalwood soap beneath trail dust, the steady rhythm of his breathing perceptible against her palm. "Almost there," Jackson murmured as they crested a rise overlooking the canyon. "We'll leave the horse here, continue on foot. Less visible that way." Ruby dismounted quickly, grateful for separation even as her body registered its absence with treacherous disappointment. She focused intently on retrieving equipment from the saddlebags, deliberately ignoring Jackson securing the horse to a scrub oak several yards back from the ridge. "The reservoir should be around this bend," he indicated, moving beside her with practiced stealth that spoke of extensive reconnaissance experience. Syndicate documentation shows significant alteration to natural water flow beginning approximately 2 months ago, coinciding precisely with regional wells beginning to fail. They moved carefully along the ridge, staying below the skyline to avoid silhouetting themselves against the night sky. Ruby followed Jackson's lead, her practical nature acknowledging his greater expertise in this particular endeavor, despite her general wariness regarding his motivations. The canyon opened before them as they rounded the bend, revealing the once natural watershed now transformed by human intervention. Moonlight reflected off still water where flowing creek should have existed, a man-made reservoir created by substantial timber and stone dam blocking the canyon's natural outlet. More disturbing were carefully constructed channels diverting water away from its natural course toward covered flumes disappearing into the hillside opposite their position. "Exactly as the documents indicated," Jackson whispered, genuine anger evident in his voice despite its low volume. "They've captured the entire watershed, redirecting flow underground toward property they control while starving downstream communities of natural water access." Ruby surveyed the scene with professional assessment that temporarily overrode emotional complications. "The construction appears extensive," she noted, already sketching basic outlines on paper secured to small board, far beyond temporary emergency measures during drought conditions. "This represents significant investment with long-term strategic intent." "Precisely." Jackson unpacked the modified camera, adjusting settings according to Wilson's. "They've created artificial drought conditions upstream of properties targeted for acquisition, then presented themselves as saviors, offering limited water access at exorbitant rates." For the next hour, they worked with coordinated efficiency. Ruby measuring and documenting visible structures, while Jackson captured photographic evidence of illegally diverted waterways. Their shared purpose temporarily superseded personal tensions, professional cooperation flowing naturally between them despite underlying emotional currents neither acknowledged directly. The incident occurred without warning. As Ruby recorded final measurements near the dam's northern edge, movement flashed in her peripheral vision. A guard emerging from a small shelter previously hidden by shadow. Before she could react, Jackson's hand closed around her arm, pulling her into protective darkness behind a boulder as lantern light swept across their previous position. "Thought I heard something," a gruff voice called. "Patterson, check the eastern ridge. Williams, the spillway." Jackson's body shielded Ruby's as they pressed against stone, his breathing carefully controlled despite their precarious position. She found herself acutely aware of his proximity, chest against her back, arms still protectively circling her waist, his breath warm against her hair as they remained motionless while searching lanterns passed mere yards from their hiding place. "Nothing here," one guard reported, after tense minutes of methodical searching. "Probably coyote. They've been hanging around since we dammed up their water source." The response carried grim humor. "Everything's hanging around. Saw a mountain lion yesterday watching the reservoir like it was trying to figure out who stole its drinking spot." The casual conversation continued as guards resumed positions, apparently satisfied no human intruders threatened their operation. Jackson's grip on Ruby relaxed, fractionally, though he maintained protective positioning as he whispered against her ear. "We need to retrieve our documentation and leave. Now." The warmth of his breath stirred tendrils of hair at her temple, sending unwelcome shivers down her spine, despite the danger of their situation. Ruby nodded slightly, businesslike focus reasserting itself as they began carefully edging backward toward their previous recording position. The retreat proceeded without incident until they reached the ridge where their horse waited. As Jackson helped Ruby mount, shouts erupted from the canyon below, their absence, or evidence of their presence finally discovered by more thorough search. "Ride," Jackson ordered tersely, swinging up behind her and urging the gelding forward with sudden urgency. "They'll be following immediately." The horse responded to his commands, picking up speed despite the dangerous terrain and dual riders. Ruby leaned forward, giving the animal maximum freedom of movement as Jackson guided it skillfully down the slope they'd so carefully ascended earlier. Behind them, shouts grew louder, accompanied by sounds of pursuit. Horses moving rapidly along the main trail while they attempted escape through rougher ground that offered concealment at cost of speed. The crack of gunfire shattered night silence, a bullet splintering bark from tree trunk inches from Ruby's shoulder. Jackson immediately shifted position, physically placing himself between her and the direction of fire, despite awkward positioning on the moving horse. "Stay low," he instructed, voice calm despite bullets now whistling past with alarming frequency. The next shot found partial mark Jackson's sharp intake of breath and sudden stiffening against her back, telling Ruby he'd been hit, despite his continued control of their mount. Before she could inquire or respond, he urged the horse toward a densely wooded draw that promised temporary shelter from pursuers. "Are you—" Ruby began, once they'd reached relative safety within the thicket. "Grazed only," Jackson interrupted, dismounting with careful movements that belied his assurance. In moonlight filtering through branches, Ruby could see a darkening stain spreading across his left side. Injury certainly more serious than grazing, though apparently not immediately life-threatening. "We need to keep moving," he insisted, helping her dismount despite his own discomfort. "They'll circle around, cut off obvious escape routes. We'll proceed on foot until certain we've lost them, then circle back toward the roadhouse." For the next hour, they led the horse through increasingly dense undergrowth, moving perpendicular to their original path, before finally stopping in Small Grove, where spring still provided minimal moisture to surrounding vegetation. Satisfied they'd successfully evaded immediate pursuit, Ruby insisted on examining Jackson's wound, despite his continued dismissal of its severity. "Sit," she directed firmly, medical necessities overriding emotional distance she'd maintained since his return. "That needs cleaning before infection sets in." With reluctant compliance born of practical necessity rather than surrender, Jackson lowered himself to fallen log while Ruby retrieved basic medical supplies from her satchel. The bullet had indeed missed vital areas, but carved significant furrow across his ribs, tearing shirt and skin with equal efficiency. "This requires proper medical attention," Ruby observed clinically, cleaning the wound with water from their limited canteen supply, though not immediately life-threatening if infection is prevented. Jackson watched her ministrations with expression she couldn't fully interpret in the dim light. Pain certainly present, but accompanied by something deeper, more complex, as she worked efficiently despite intimate nature of tending his injured body. "You've done this before," he noted, voice roughened slightly by discomfort as she applied antiseptic that undoubtedly stung raw flesh. Ruby's hands remained steady despite unwelcome awareness of his bare skin beneath her fingers. "Miners frequently returned to camp with injuries requiring attention. I became proficient by necessity rather than training, another skill among many." The simple observation carried admiration that transcended their complicated history, genuine appreciation that had nothing to do with manipulation or calculated approach. As she secured bandaging around his torso, proximity forced by medical necessity created tension neither could entirely ignore. Jackson's breathing altered subtly when her fingers brushed uninjured skin beyond wound's periphery. Ruby found herself acutely conscious of defined muscles beneath her hands, memories of more intimate contact rising unbidden despite determined suppression. "Thank you," Jackson said quietly as she finished, their faces closer than they had been in months beyond necessary riding position. "For this, and for believing the evidence despite every reason to distrust its bearer." Something in his expression, genuine vulnerability rather than calculated charm, broke through defenses Ruby had maintained since discovering his original deception. The danger they'd just survived together, his unhesitating protection at personal cost, and now, gratitude entirely lacking expectation combined to create momentary connection transcending rational caution. Neither could later identify who moved first. Perhaps both yielded simultaneously to tension building since his return, lips meeting with desperate intensity that acknowledged months of separation and danger just survived. Jackson's hands cradled her face with gentle reverence, completely at odds with passionate response of his mouth against hers. Ruby found herself responding with equal fervor, body betraying careful emotional distance she'd maintained through conscious effort. Reality returned with crushing force as memories of previous betrayal reasserted themselves. Ruby pulled away abruptly, tears filling her eyes despite determined blink to prevent their fall. "I can't," she whispered, voice unsteady despite efforts to control it. I can't trust it. Not after. The pain in Jackson's expression had nothing to do with physical wound at his side. I understand. He made no move to reclaim contact she'd broken, respecting boundaries she established despite evident cost to his own emotions. Some damages can't be repaired with single explanations or moments of connection. Ruby moved away, creating physical distance that might help restore emotional equilibrium shattered by their brief but intense exchange. We should continue toward the roadhouse, she suggested. Practical concerns providing safe retreat from volatile feelings neither could fully address amid current circumstances. The evidence we've gathered requires immediate action before the syndicate realizes specifically what we've documented. As they resumed their cautious journey through darkness, Ruby maintained careful distance, despite knowledge that her heart had already betrayed her careful resolve. Physical response to Jackson's kiss revealed truth she wasn't yet prepared to acknowledge. That despite logical caution and painful history, emotional connection between them had never truly severed, despite her determined efforts to excise it completely. Sacramento bustled with activity that struck Ruby as almost obscenely normal after months witnessing drought's devastating effects on rural communities. Water flowed freely from municipal fountains, while restaurants served meals without conservation measures practiced as standard necessity in affected regions. The contrast reinforced her determination as she navigated busy streets toward offices of the Sacramento Daily Union, documentation securely wrapped within her carpetbag. 3 days had passed since their nighttime reconnaissance mission. Upon return to the roadhouse, she and Jackson had agreed to separate temporarily, divide responsibilities according to their respective strengths and connections. While he traveled to mining communities recruiting disgruntled workers directly affected by syndicate water restrictions, Ruby would leverage business contacts developed through the roadhouse to reach newspaper editors interested in exposing corporate corruption. Miss Collins, James Harrison, assistant editor at the Union, greeted her with genuine pleasure as she entered the newspaper's busy offices. "What brings you to Sacramento? Not abandoning your excellent establishment, I hope." Ruby smiled warmly at the young reporter, who had become regular patron during trips between Sacramento and the mining regions. "Quite the contrary, Mr. Harrison. I'm here precisely to protect not just my business, but numerous others throughout the region." Over the next hour in Harrison's private office, Ruby presented carefully organized evidence. Photographs, measurements, and maps documenting illegal water diversions, alongside copies of internal syndicate memoranda detailing intentional creation of artificial scarcity. The young journalist's expression transformed from professional interest to genuine outrage as implications became clear. "This represents deliberate exploitation of natural disaster for corporate acquisition," he noted, examining photographs with increasing concern. "Creating artificial conditions that force property sales at fraction of true value." Precisely. Ruby indicated timeline they'd constructed, showing correlation between syndicate diversion construction and failing wells throughout the region. These aren't merely unethical business practices, but illegal manipulation of public waterways affecting entire communities. Harrison nodded thoughtfully, journalistic instincts clearly engaged by potential significance. "A story this explosive requires absolute verification before publication. Names like Occidental Mining Consortium carry significant influence, legal and otherwise." "Which is why we've documented everything so thoroughly," Ruby explained. "Multiple witnesses, photographic evidence, and independent verification of water levels before and after diversions were constructed." By meeting's conclusion, Harrison had committed to full investigation with potential for front-page exposure of syndicate activities. As they finalized publication timeline, he added with professional candor, "Be prepared for significant resistance once this reaches print. Corporations with these resources rarely surrender advantages without considerable fight, using methods potentially outside legal boundaries." Ruby acknowledged the warning with grim nod, already familiar with syndicates' willingness to employ violence when financial interests were threatened. "We're taking appropriate precautions. This information reaches you through multiple channels, specifically to prevent complete suppression should any individual messenger be delayed." 2 days later, Ruby traveled the familiar road toward her roadhouse, satisfaction in successful newspaper connections, tempered by awareness of potential consequences, once articles exposed syndicate operations publicly. Arison had agreed to coordinate with editors in 3 additional regional papers, ensuring information would reach communities throughout affected areas simultaneously, preventing syndicate from containing damage through localized pressure. The roadhouse appeared unusually quiet as Ruby approached in late afternoon light. Normally at this hour, at least minimal activity would be visible, her father tending the small garden behind the kitchen, smoke from cooking preparations, perhaps a customer's horse at the hitching rail despite reduced business during drought conditions. Instead, profound stillness greeted her arrival, raising immediate concern regarding what might have transpired during her absence. As she dismounted cautiously, old Pete emerged from the stable area, his weathered face tight with tension that eased fractionally upon recognizing her. "Thank Providence you've returned," he muttered, taking her horse's reins while glancing nervously toward the main road. "Been watching for you since dawn." "What's happened?" Ruby asked quietly, noting his unusual agitation. "Where's my father?" "Inside with Jackson. Both unharmed," Pete added hastily, seeing alarm flash across her features. "But circumstances have deteriorated considerably while you were away." Inside the roadhouse, Ruby found her father and Jackson seated at corner table, faces grim as they examined maps spread between them. Both men looked up at her entrance, evident relief in their expressions, giving way to shared concern as they exchanged significant glances before Jackson spoke. "The syndicates moved more aggressively than anticipated," he explained without preamble. "They've identified key participants in our resistance efforts and taken steps to neutralize our documentation campaign." Daniel Collins rose to embrace his daughter briefly, before elaborating. "Sheriff Harkins arrested 3 farmers who were documenting diversion channels on Miller's Creek yesterday, charges of trespassing on private watershed property, despite that waterway having been public access since settlement. Not just farmers," Jackson added grimly. "Mining operators who joined documentation efforts have faced unexpected safety inspections, resulting in operational shutdowns. Several merchants supporting our coalition discovered their supply wagons mysteriously delayed or inventory damaged during transport." Ruby processed this escalation with growing concern. "They're targeting everyone involved in gathering evidence against them. How did they identify participants so quickly?" "Our meeting included only trusted community leaders." Jackson and Daniel exchanged uncomfortable glances before her father answered with evident reluctance. "Edwin Porter. He's been seen meeting with syndicate representatives at the Gold Hill Hotel. Day after our planning meeting, coincidentally." The betrayal struck Ruby with surprising force, despite her complicated history with Edwin. Not personal betrayal, she'd long since moved beyond emotional investment in his opinion or actions, but the practical implications for their resistance efforts and the community members now facing syndicate retaliation. Financial rescue, she concluded, recalling Edwin's struggling business and desperate proposal months earlier. The syndicate offered to save his mercantile in exchange for information about our plans. "Most likely," Jackson confirmed. "Porter's store received substantial supply shipment yesterday, first in months, according to our sources in Gold Hill. Coincidence seems unlikely given current regional conditions." Before Ruby could fully process this development, old Pete entered from his watchful position on the porch, expression grave as he approached their table. "Riders coming. 4 men, including Sheriff Harkins." Jackson immediately gathered their maps and documentation, securing them in the hidden cellar they had established for precisely this purpose. Ruby moved to the window, observing the approaching party with outward calm that masked internal alarm. The sheriff's presence alongside men she recognized as syndicate representatives signaled official cooperation with corporate interests concerning development that further constrained their resistance options. "Miss Collins?" Sheriff Harkins removed his hat upon entering, his formality contradicted by calculating assessment in his gaze. "Got some business to discuss concerning recent activities in the county." Ruby maintained composed demeanor, gesturing toward empty chairs with seemingly casual hospitality. "Sheriff Harkins, would you and your companions care for coffee while we discuss whatever brings you to my establishment?" The sheriff declined with curt headshake, official badge prominently displayed on his chest as though reminding all present of his authority. This ain't a social call. Got warrant for arrest of Peter Peterson on charges of water theft and sabotage of Occidental mining property. Old Pete straightened indignantly, weathered features registering shock at the accusation. Theft? Sabotage? I ain't been near syndicate property except for documentation purposes, all conducted from public access points. Evidence suggests otherwise. The sheriff produced official-looking document with county seal. Witness places you at Settlers Creek Dam night before last, tampering with water control mechanisms. Impossible, Ruby interjected firmly. Mr. Peterson remained here at the roadhouse that entire evening. Multiple witnesses can confirm his presence, including myself. Sheriff Harkin's expression remained unmoved by her protest. Warrant's been duly issued by county judge. You can present your counterclaims at proper hearing. He gestured to deputies flanking him. Mr. Peterson will need to come with us now. Jackson stepped forward, authority in his stance despite careful positioning that avoided direct confrontation with armed lawmen. I presume bail has been established for these alleged offenses. $500. The amount, exorbitant for minor charges under normal circumstances, revealed syndicate influence behind seemingly official proceedings. Few local residents could produce such sums, particularly during drought-induced economic hardship. Ruby exchanged glances with Jackson, silent communication passing between them despite complicated personal history. The excessive bail served clear purpose, removing key resistance participants from active opposition through legal mechanisms controlled by syndicate influence. I'll arrange payment immediately, Ruby stated, practical response overriding indignation at obvious manipulation of legal system, and secure proper legal representation for Mr. Peterson. The sheriff's mouth tightened slightly, this ready solution clearly not anticipated outcome of his intimidation attempt. Pale desk closes at 5. Doubt you'll manage processing before then. Peterson can spend night in county lockup, appear before judge tomorrow morning. As deputies moved toward Old Pete, Daniel Collins positioned himself protectively beside his longtime friend. This is outrageous, Harkins. You know these charges are fabricated. Just following legal procedures, Collins. The sheriff's hand rested meaningly on his holstered weapon. Unless you're interfering with lawful arrest, that would require additional accommodations at the jail. Ruby placed restraining hand on her father's arm, preventing escalation that would only serve syndicate interests. We'll have bail ready first thing tomorrow, Mr. Pete, along with lawyer from Sacramento who specializes in water rights disputes. The last detail, though improvised, caused flicker of uncertainty across the sheriff's features. As deputies escorted Old Pete from the roadhouse, one of the men accompanying the sheriff lingered behind. A well-dressed individual Ruby recognized from syndicate confrontation months earlier. He waited until Harkins and the others had mounted before delivering message clearly intended as final intimidation. Occidental Mining Consortium respects entrepreneurial spirit, he began, with corporate politeness entirely lacking sincerity. Your establishment represents admirable individual initiative, Miss Collins. However, continued interference with regional water management operations will necessitate reassessment of this property's viability. The threat, though carefully phrased to avoid explicit illegality, emerged with unmistakable clarity. Numerous accidents befall isolated businesses during difficult times, he continued, gaze traveling deliberately around the roadhouse interior. Fire hazards, particularly concerning in wooden structures during drought conditions. Would be unfortunate if your investment suffered such misfortune due to preventable circumstances. Ruby met his gaze directly, refusing intimidation despite genuine concern his words generated. Are you threatening arson against my property, Mr.? Merely expressing corporate concern for community safety, he replied smoothly, adjusting expensive gloves with deliberate precision. Accidental takes regional welfare very seriously, something to consider while reflecting on your current activities regarding our water management operations. After their unwelcome visitors departed, Ruby, Jackson, and Daniel assessed their increasingly precarious situation with pragmatic evaluation that set aside personal complications in favor of immediate practical concerns. Pete's arrest serves dual purpose, Jackson observed, expertise in syndicate tactics evident in his analysis. removes key resistance participant while simultaneously demonstrating their influence over local law enforcement. Message intended to discourage further opposition through fear of similar retaliation. And the arson threat provides escalation options should legal intimidation prove insufficient. Ruby added, business assessment temporarily overriding emotional response to dangers facing her hard-won independence. They're establishing progressive consequences for continued resistance. Daniel's weathered face reflected mixture of anger and concern as he considered implications. What about the newspaper contacts? Any success there? Ruby nodded, determination replacing apprehension as she outlined agreements reached with Sacramento publications. Articles exposing syndicate operations scheduled for simultaneous publication next week, assuming evidence reaches editors as planned. That's their immediate target, then, Jackson concluded. Preventing documentation from reaching public awareness before they secure remaining strategic properties. Once newspaper exposure occurs, regulatory scrutiny becomes inevitable, regardless of local influence. The Roadhouse fell silent as each contemplated escalating dangers against diminishing time for effective response. The syndicate's aggressive moves, legal manipulation, betrayal, recruitment, and direct threats against property indicated resources beyond their modest resistance coalition. Yet abandoning opposition meant surrendering not just individual businesses, but entire communities to corporate control through manufactured water scarcity. We proceed as planned, Ruby finally stated, decision crystallizing despite clear dangers involved. Deliver remaining documentation to newspaper contacts through multiple messengers to ensure some portion reaches publication. Continue gathering evidence of illegal diversions with increased security measures. Jackson studied her with expression combining admiration and concern. They've made their intentions regarding your property explicit, Ruby. Continuing active resistance places everything you've built at significant risk. Everything I've built already faces destruction through their water manipulation, she countered, with practical assessment transcending fear. Surrender merely exchanges immediate threat for prolonged demise through resource strangulation. Neither option preserves what I've established here. As darkness fell across the drought-parched landscape, Ruby found herself standing on the Roadhouse porch beside Jackson, mutual concern for old Pete's well-being temporarily superseding personal complications between them. Their stars emerged above with indifferent beauty, constellations unchanged despite human conflicts unfolding beneath their ancient patterns. I keep thinking about that night, Jackson said quietly, breaking comfortable silence that had developed between them. At the reservoir, when you tended my wound. Ruby tensed slightly, uncertain whether she was prepared to address what had transpired between them during that vulnerable moment. You needed medical attention. I provided it. I wasn't referring to the injury. His voice remained gentle, lacking pressure or expectation despite subject's emotional significance. The moment afterward, the connection between us that transcended all logical reasons for caution. Ruby stared into the darkness, struggling to articulate complex emotions his presence continued generating despite determined restraint. Physical response doesn't erase history or guarantee future trustworthiness, she finally replied, honesty seeming only appropriate approach given dangers they jointly faced. No, it doesn't, Jackson agreed without defensiveness. Just as history doesn't necessarily predict future actions, people change, Ruby, sometimes through deliberate choice rather than circumstance. The simple statement hung between them, neither demanding response nor dismissing legitimate causes for continued wariness. Instead, it offered perspective that acknowledged both past betrayal and potential redemption through actions rather than promises. Before Ruby could formulate response, balancing caution against undeniable connection still existing between them, horsemen appeared on the distant road. Jackson's recruited allies from mining communities arriving to coordinate resistance efforts, despite syndicate intimidation. The moment for personal resolution passed as practical necessities resumed prominence, though something significant had shifted in their complex relationship. Mutual recognition that whatever developed between them would evolve through shared purpose rather than isolated reconciliation. As miners dismounted in the Roadhouse yard, determination evident in their rugged features despite risks involved, Ruby recognized transformation occurring beyond her personal circumstances. Individual operations facing extinction through corporate water manipulation had formed unlikely coalition transcending previous competition and social divisions. Her roadhouse, once symbol of personal independence established after public rejection, had become headquarters for community resistance against forces threatening collective survival. The irony wasn't lost on her as she welcomed these allies with practical hospitality. True independence, she was discovering, sometimes required interdependence with others, including cautious reconnection with the man whose betrayal had nearly destroyed her capacity for trust. What form that reconnection might ultimately take remained uncertain, balanced precariously between lingering hurt and undeniable connection. Neither could fully dismiss despite rational caution. The night before their planned resistance settled over the roadhouse with uneasy quiet. Inside, miners and farmers spoke in hushed tones as they reviewed tomorrow's strategy. Documentation organized, legal papers prepared, responsibilities assigned with military precision. Despite the danger awaiting them at dawn, determination rather than fear characterized their preparations. Ruby slipped outside, needing a moment alone to steady herself before what might prove the most significant confrontation of her life. The roadhouse she'd built from Edwin's rejection and her own determination now stood as headquarters for community resistance against corporate forces threatening everything she valued. Tomorrow would determine whether her hard-won independence survived or fell to syndicate retaliation. The porch steps creaked beneath her weight as she settled onto the top stair, wrapping her shawl against the evening coolness. Stars emerged overhead with brilliant clarity, their eternal patterns offering perspective beyond human concerns below. After months of drought, the air carried unusual heaviness, promising potential rain, weather matching the tension hovering over their resistance plans. "May I join you?" Jackson's voice came quietly from the doorway, respectful of her solitude, yet clearly seeking connection before tomorrow's dangers. Ruby hesitated only briefly before nodding, her usual wariness temporarily suspended by awareness that dawn might bring consequences neither could fully predict. "It's a free porch." He settled beside her, maintaining careful distance that acknowledged boundaries still existing between them despite shared purpose. For several minutes, they sat in surprisingly comfortable silence, both contemplating the star-filled expanse above and uncertain future before them. "I keep thinking about choices," Jackson finally said, his voice low enough to ensure privacy from those still inside. "Moments that seem insignificant when made but ultimately shape everything that follows." Ruby glanced sideways at him, his profile illuminated by lamplight spilling from the roadhouse windows. The past months had refined his features, hardship and purpose replacing the calculated composure she'd first encountered at Silver Creek. Despite her determined emotional distance, she couldn't deny he'd changed in ways transcending mere appearance. "Like your choice to work for the consortium?" she asked, question emerging without the bitterness that would have accompanied it months earlier. Jackson nodded, accepting the reference to his past deception without defensiveness. "That choice, certainly, but earlier ones too." He turned slightly toward her, moonlight revealing unexpected vulnerability in his expression. "I've never told you about my childhood, where I came from before becoming the man you met at Silver Creek." "You mentioned Boston once," Ruby recalled, memory surfacing of conversation beside cookhouse fire during their early acquaintance. He specified, gaze returning to distant stars as though finding courage in their remote brilliance. "My father loaded ships on the docks. Irish immigrant with more determination than opportunity. Mother took in washing, ruined her hands with lye and cold water to keep food on our table." His voice carried no self-pity, merely factual acknowledgement of beginnings rarely revealed in his professional circles. "How did you move from there to Harvard and eventually the consortium?" Ruby asked, genuine curiosity replacing caution as he revealed parts of himself previously hidden. "Stubbornness and compromises." A humorless smile touched his lips. "Father died in dockyard accident when I was 12. Mother refused to let me quit school despite needing my wages. I did both classes during day, loading wagons and sweeping shops at night. Eventually earned scholarship through sheer determination to escape the poverty that killed my father, inch by painful inch. The quiet confession continued as stars wheeled slowly overhead. How education opened doors, but background closed others. How he learned to mimic mannerisms and speech patterns of wealthy classmates while hiding calluses, and mended clothing that revealed his true origins. How advancement required progressive moral compromises that seemed individually justified but collectively transformed him into someone his parents wouldn't recognize. The consortium represented culmination of that transformation, Jackson admitted. Shadows concealing his expression, though his voice revealed shame previously unacknowledged. Using skills and education purchased through my mother's sacrifices to identify vulnerable properties for corporate acquisition, never directly causing harm but facilitating systems that destroyed individual lives for shareholder profits. Ruby remained silent, absorbing revelations that painted entirely different portrait of the man she'd alternately trusted and rejected over their complicated history. Not excusing his deception, but contextualizing choices within Journey she hadn't previously understood. Then I met you, Jackson continued, turning fully toward her now, moonlight revealing raw honesty in his face. Assigned to evaluate your mining claim and roadhouse location for syndicate acquisition. Expected another straightforward assessment, but found... He paused, searching for adequate words. Found someone whose determination and resilience reminded me of everything I'd sacrificed for advancement. Someone who rebuilt from public rejection rather than surrender to circumstances. His voice softened with unmistakable emotion. I came for gold, but found something far more precious, Ruby. Your courage awakened conscience I'd systematically silenced through years of compromise. Whether you ever forgive me or not, loving you made me the man I should have been all along. The simple declaration hung between them, neither demanding response nor diminishing significance through excessive elaboration. When Ruby remained silent, complex emotions preventing immediate reply, Jackson nodded slightly as though accepting her continued reservation as justified consequence of previous betrayal. I should check final preparations for tomorrow, he said quietly, rising from the step with careful movements that suggested emotional rather than physical weariness. As he turned to leave, Ruby's hand shot out, catching his before conscious decision fully formed. Wait. Jackson paused, neither pulling away nor presuming her touch meant more than momentary connection. Ruby struggled to articulate feelings she'd suppressed since discovering his deception. The hurt that had hardened to protective shell, the lingering attraction she'd rationalized as mere physical response, the fear underlying both that had nothing to do with syndicate threats and everything to do with vulnerability she'd sworn never to risk again. I'm terrified of needing someone who might leave, she finally whispered, simple truth requiring more courage than confronting armed syndicate guards. After Edwin's rejection and then your deception, I built walls to ensure I'd never stand exposed to that kind of pain again. Jackson turned back slowly, gently covering her hand with his free one, the gesture offering connection without demand. Then we're both afraid of the same thing, he said softly. I've spent a lifetime leaving places and people before they could discover I didn't truly belong. You're the first person I've wanted to stay for, regardless of consequence. He knelt before her, bringing their faces level as his hand carefully, reverently cupped her cheek. I can't promise tomorrow holds safety or success, Ruby, but I can promise that whatever comes, I won't leave willingly. Not ever again. The tenderness in his touch unlocked something Ruby had sealed tightly since the day she discovered his deception. Protective walls constructed through months of determined distance crumbled beneath simple sincerity she could no longer dismiss as manipulation. Without conscious decision, she leaned forward until their foreheads touched, shared breath mingling between them. I'm still afraid, she admitted against his lips, honest vulnerability replacing practiced detachment. As am I, Jackson acknowledged, thumb gently tracing her cheekbone. But perhaps facing fear together proves braver than facing life alone. Their lips met with hesitant tenderness that quickly deepened to hungry need as months of separation dissolved beneath stars bearing silent witness to reconciliation. Ruby's hands found their way into his hair, drawing him closer as his arms encircled her waist with careful reverence that suggested disbelief at second chance neither had fully expected. They moved as one from porch steps to shadowed garden behind the roadhouse, physical need becoming extension of emotional reconnection too profound for words alone. Beneath star-filled sky on blanket Jackson retrieved from nearby stable, their reunion unfolded through whispered reassurances and increasingly urgent touches. "Are you certain?" he asked as garments yielded to exploring hands, his restraint evident despite desire clearly matching her own. Ruby answered by guiding his fingers to buttons at her throat, permission and invitation combined in silent eloquence beyond verbal confirmation. As clothing surrendered to growing passion, she reveled in rediscovering his body, the strength concealed beneath gentleness, the scars telling stories of both recent danger and distant past. Their lovemaking carried none of the hesitation characterizing their first union months earlier. Experience replaced uncertainty, deepened connection replacing novelty as they moved together with synchronicity, speaking to souls recognizing essential compatibility beyond physical joining. When release finally claimed them both, stars continued their eternal procession overhead, indifferent witnesses to human reconciliation, yet somehow blessing reunion beneath their ancient light. Wrapped in shared warmth against night's cooling air, Ruby traced lazy patterns across Jackson's chest, contentment temporarily replacing worry about dawn's coming confrontation. "This changes everything," she observed quietly, "yet changes nothing about tomorrow's danger." Jackson's arms tightened slightly around her, acknowledgement rather than protection in the gesture. "Perhaps it changes what matters most, facing whatever comes with certainty that neither stands alone." As they eventually returned to the roadhouse, clothing carefully restored, though unable to conceal entirely the profound shift in their relationship, Ruby recognized truth in his observation. Tomorrow's confrontation remained necessary regardless of personal reconciliation. Yet knowing Jackson stood beside her through genuine choice rather than manipulation offered foundation she hadn't realized she needed until receiving it. Dawn broke with unexpected splendor, golden light painting drought-parched landscape with promise rather than desolation, as clouds gathered on western horizons suggesting potential rainfall after months of merciless dry spell. Ruby took it as favorable omen while organizing final preparations for their confrontation at the main diversion dam. The assembled force represented unlikely coalition formed through common threat. Miners from Silver Creek and neighboring camps, farmers whose lands withered without natural water access, merchants whose businesses suffered through regional economic decline. Newspaper reporters from Sacramento accompanied them, notepads ready to document confrontation between community resistance and corporate interests. "Everyone clear on their responsibilities?" Ruby confirmed as wagons prepared to depart. Despite her gender typically excluding leadership in 1870s frontier society, these men followed her direction without question, respect earned through demonstrated capability rather than assumed authority. Jackson stood slightly apart, deliberately avoiding appearance of controlling the operation despite significant contributions to its planning. His understanding of her need to command this moment, to stand publicly against corporate forces as independent woman rather than partner's extension, confirmed transformation from calculated manipulation to genuine respect. "Legal papers secured?" he asked quietly as she passed, professional concern masking personal connection reestablished hours earlier under star-filled sky. Ruby nodded, patting satchel containing carefully organized documentation. County records, water rights certificates, engineering assessments confirming illegal diversion structures. Everything required to compel official response, regardless of syndicate influence. The procession that departed the roadhouse carried determination transcending individual concerns, shared recognition that failure meant community destruction through corporate water control. Ruby rode beside her father, his weathered face reflecting pride alongside concern as they approached confrontation with forces threatening everything they'd collectively built. "Your mother would be proud," Daniel observed quietly, unexpected reference to long-deceased parent momentarily catching Ruby off guard. "She always said you had backbone enough for two ordinary people. Today proves her right." The diversion dam appeared as they crested Final Ridge, morning sunlight revealing extent of syndicate operations with stark clarity. A dozen guards patrolled constructed barriers, redirecting natural water flow away from community access points toward corporate-controlled reservoirs. Engineering that had seemed impressive during nighttime reconnaissance appeared even more substantial in daylight, testament to resources dedicated to manufacturing artificial scarcity throughout the region. Syndicate personnel spotted their approach immediately, alarms spreading through guard positions as substantial community force became apparent. Ruby signaled their convoy to halt at respect commanding distance, preventing immediate confrontation while establishing clear intent to proceed regardless of resistance. "Stay behind me," Jackson murmured to reporters accompanying their group. "Document everything but maintain safe position if situation deteriorates." His combat experience during the recent war, rarely mentioned but evidenced in strategic approach to potential conflict, emerged in careful positioning of key personnel. Ruby dismounted deliberately, documents in hand, as she approached the main gate with calm determination that inspired similar confidence in those following. A representative of the syndicate, the same well-dressed man who had threatened the roadhouse days earlier, emerged from operations building, false smile masking evident alarm at community presence and newspaper witnesses. "Miss Collins, this is privately managed watershed property. I must ask you and your associates to depart immediately." His gaze flickered nervously toward reporters already taking notes on the confrontation. Ruby maintained composed expression as she extended documentation toward him. "Actually, Mr. Harrington, county records establish this as public waterway, subject to common access rights established during initial regional settlement. Your diversion structures violate multiple statutes regarding natural resource management." When he made no move to accept the papers, she continued with calm authority that commanded attention from all present. "We have documented systematic water theft through artificial diversion structures designed specifically to create manufactured scarcity throughout the region. Engineers' assessments confirm these operations directly caused well failures and crop destruction on properties targeted for syndicate acquisition." Her voice carried clearly as she outlined legal violations represented by structures visible around them, newspaper representatives recording each detail while photographing illegal dams and diversion channels. Community members spread strategically throughout the complex, their numbers emphasizing overwhelming odds against limited syndicate personnel should physical confrontation develop. "This is absurd," Harrington blustered, though uncertainty replaced previous confidence as he noted reporters' focused attention. "Occidental Mining Consortium has legal water management rights throughout this watershed," Sheriff Harkins confirmed. "Sheriff Harkins appears to have exceeded his authority," interrupted a new voice as County Commissioner Williams arrived with several deputies not previously aligned with syndicate interests. Ruby exchanged brief glance with Jackson, his slight nod confirming this anticipated reinforcement represented his contribution to their strategy, political connections established during his Sacramento trip. Harrington's composure cracked further as Commissioner Williams examined documentation Ruby provided, verification of legal violations becoming increasingly inescapable as reporters documented the exchange. "These structures clearly violate public waterway statutes," Williams confirmed, official authority lending weight to community accusations. "Immediate dismantling is required to restore natural flow patterns." Desperation replaced calculation as Harrington signaled his men forward, several drawing weapons despite overwhelming opposition. "This property remains under Occidental protection, pending legal clarification," he insisted. "Anyone attempting to approach these structures will be considered trespassing on private—" His threat died mid-sentence as miners revealed their own armaments. Rifles and revolvers emerging from wagon beds and saddle holsters in silent demonstration that mortal threat would meet equal response. Not seeking violence but refusing intimidation that had previously suppressed individual resistance. Into this tense standoff rode Sheriff Harkins, expression darkening as he assessed the situation, community forces backing official county authority against syndicate operations he'd previously protected through corrupt alliance. Ruby watched calculation cross his features as he recognized untenable position created by newspaper presence and official documentation of legal violations. "Commissioner Williams," he acknowledged stiffly, "I was unaware of your involvement in this inspection." "Official county business, Sheriff," Williams replied with meaningful emphasis. These diversion structures violate multiple statutes. Dismantling begins immediately to restore natural water flow to affected communities. Harkins visibly weighed options before self-preservation overrode corrupt loyalty. My deputies will ensure orderly proceedings, he announced, abandoning syndicate alliance as political winds shifted decisively against corporate interests. The transformation from confrontation to resolution progressed with surprising speed once official authority aligned with community action. Syndicate personnel, vastly outnumbered and abandoned by local law enforcement, surrendered operations control without further resistance. Workers under community direction immediately began dismantling key diversion structures, prioritizing those blocking natural flow to most severely affected areas. Ruby watched from slight elevation as water gradually returned to natural channels, symbolic restoration of both environmental balance and community justice against corporate exploitation. The simple sight of liquid freedom after months of manufactured scarcity carried emotional impact transcending practical significance. "You did this," Jackson said quietly, joining her observation point with respectful distance maintained for public perspective despite private reconciliation. "Your determination inspired an entire community to stand against forces that would have destroyed them individually." Ruby shook her head slightly, acknowledgement of collective achievement replacing individual pride. "We did this together. No single person could have overcome the syndicate alone." As workers continued dismantling illegal structures under official supervision, clouds finally delivered on their morning promise. Gentle rainfall beginning with hesitant drops that gradually increased to steady shower, as though nature itself celebrated restored balance. Community members turned faces skyward, drought-parched souls absorbing moisture with same grateful reception as land beneath their feet. Standing in cleansing rainfall that symbolized both environmental renewal and emotional rebirth, Ruby found Jackson's hand with her own, fingers intertwining in public acknowledgement of private reconciliation. Tomorrow would bring challenges of rebuilding, restoring drought-damaged properties, restructuring community resource management, potentially facing syndicate retaliation through legal channels rather than direct confrontation. But with water returning to natural courses and truth flowing freely through newspaper accounts already being drafted, the essential foundation for recovery had been established. As rain continued falling around them, Ruby recognized parallel renewal in her own heart. Trust cautiously rebuilt from betrayal's ruins, connection reestablished through honest vulnerability rather than protective isolation. "What happens now?" she asked softly, question encompassing both community recovery and personal relationship, tentatively reborn through night's confessions and dawn's shared purpose. Jackson's fingers tightened slightly around hers, certainty in his grip matching conviction in his voice. "Whatever you want to happen, Ruby. Your roadhouse, your claim with Pete, your future. They remain yours to determine. I ask only to stand beside you through whatever path you choose, not directing but supporting your independence." The simple declaration, acknowledging her autonomy while offering partnership rather than ownership, represented everything Edwin Porter had never understood and the syndicate had actively sought to destroy. True respect for her capability alongside genuine desire for connection that enhanced rather than diminished individual strength. "I want to rebuild," Ruby decided, watching rainfall gradually intensify around them. "Not just restore what drought and syndicate actions damaged, but create something stronger than existed before, for the community and ourselves." As workers continued dismantling illegal structures, water increasingly flowed along natural channels with gathering momentum, like possibilities opening before them with corporate obstacles removed. The rain continued steadily, soaking their clothing, but neither sought shelter, the discomfort insignificant compared to symbolic cleansing, taking place both literally and figuratively. "Then we rebuild," Jackson agreed simply, his smile reflecting certainty that transcended current discomfort or future challenges. Ruby studied his face, finding transparency where calculation had once resided, genuine commitment replacing strategic approach that had characterized their early relationship. The transformation seemed as real as water now flowing freely where artificial barriers had recently stood, evidence that damaged systems could be restored through deliberate action and honest intention. A shout from below drew their attention as the final major diversion dam yielded to community efforts, creek waters surging through released channel with celebratory enthusiasm. Cheers erupted from workers witnessing tangible results of their resistance. Water returning to rightful course despite corporate attempts to redirect natural resources for private profit. The moment carried symbolism beyond environmental restoration, justice restored through collective action, balance reestablished through determined resistance, renewal possible despite deliberate damage previously inflicted. Ruby leaned slightly into Jackson's side, public acknowledgement of private reconciliation established beneath star-filled sky hours earlier. The gesture, small but significant, represented her own deliberate choice to trust again despite previous betrayal, to recognize genuine transformation rather than maintain isolation through fear of repeated pain. "We should help with the dismantling," she said practically, though making no immediate move to leave their observation point, as rain continued falling around them. "We should," Jackson agreed, with similar hesitation to break this moment of connection amid community victory. Neither moved immediately, instead watching rainfall intensify over a landscape too long deprived of natural nourishment, like hearts now permitted to acknowledge feelings previously denied through protective caution. Whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, they would face them together, not through romantic idealism, but practical partnership tested through adversity and strengthened through honest confrontation of past mistakes. The rain continued falling as they finally moved to join community efforts below, its persistent rhythm promising renewal across drought-parched landscape and healing for hearts previously withered through betrayal and defensive isolation. Water flowing freely once more, like trust cautiously rebuilt between two people finally brave enough to risk vulnerability again, despite knowing its potential cost. Chapter 7. Golden Futures. June 1871. June settled over the region with generous benevolence that seemed determined to compensate for months of drought-induced suffering. Regular rainfall restored creeks to their natural courses, wells gradually replenished, and fields previously abandoned as hopeless now sprouted tentative green shoots. Nature's resilient response to restored balance. Ruby's Roadhouse had transformed from struggling business to community cornerstone in the weeks following the confrontation at the diversion dam. The wide porch that had once stood mostly empty now bustled with activity as farmers, miners, and merchants gathered to coordinate recovery efforts throughout the region. Inside, the main dining room served as impromptu headquarters, where relief supplies were cataloged, labor resources allocated, and rebuilding priorities established through collaborative decision rather than individual competition. "The Hendersons need 3 men to help raise their barn tomorrow," Ruby announced, consulting the slate board where community needs were meticulously tracked. They lost the original structure during early drought when they couldn't afford repairs. Several miners from Silver Creek immediately volunteered, the traditional rivalry between farming and mining communities temporarily suspended through shared experience of syndicate oppression and subsequent liberation. The spirit of mutual support that had developed during resistance efforts continued through recovery. Recognition that interdependence offered strength individual operations couldn't maintain alone. "Johnson's Mill can process lumber for Henderson's barn if someone transports logs from the ridge cutting," offered a weather-beaten man from the neighboring settlement. "Got the saw blades working again yesterday." Ruby noted the arrangement on her slate, quiet satisfaction replacing the desperate determination that had characterized recent months. Progress emerged daily in small but significant increments. Businesses reopening, fields replanted, damaged structures repaired by willing hands that asked nothing beyond reciprocal assistance when their own needs arose. "Miss Ruby," a sun-browned farmer approached somewhat shyly, hat clutched in calloused hands, "brought these for your kitchen. First harvest from fields we thought lost completely before the water returned." He placed a basket of early vegetables on the counter, tender lettuce, radishes, and spring onions representing labor's triumph over artificial scarcity. "Wouldn't have anything growing if not for what you folks did at the dam." Such offerings arrived daily. Farmers bringing first harvests, ranchers contributing meat for community meals, craftsmen dedicating hours to roadhouse improvements without expectation of payment. Ruby accepted each gift with genuine gratitude, understanding they represented more than practical provisions. Each contribution acknowledged the roadhouse's role as catalyst for community resistance that had ultimately preserved individual livelihoods throughout the region. As afternoon shadows lengthened across the porch, the gathering gradually dispersed. Volunteers heading to assigned repair projects, farmers returning to fields requiring constant attention during growing season, merchants reopening shops with renewed optimism regarding regional recovery. Ruby wiped down the last table, surveying the now quiet dining room with satisfaction that transcended mere business success. The roadhouse she'd built following Edwin's rejection had become something beyond personal achievement, a symbol of community resilience against forces that would have destroyed individual operations through manufactured scarcity. The back door opened as Jackson entered from the stable area, shirt sleeves rolled above elbows and hair dampened with honest sweat from physical labor. Since the confrontation at the dam, he'd worked tirelessly alongside community volunteers, repairing damaged structures, helping restore irrigation systems, contributing both strategic thinking and practical effort without seeking recognition or leadership position. "Finished reinforcing the bridge at Wilson's Crossing," he reported, accepting the cup of coffee Ruby offered with grateful nod. "Should withstand considerable flow now that the creek's returned to natural capacity." Ruby studied him over the rim of her own cup, still occasionally surprised by the transformation from polished business representative to man comfortable with physical labor and simple purpose. The changes weren't merely external. Expensive tailored suits replaced by practical work clothes, manicured hands now calloused from honest effort. Something fundamental had shifted within him. Ambition redirected from corporate advancement toward community restoration. "The Thompsons brought fresh bread," she noted, indicating basket on the counter. "And Davis left venison for tonight's stew. We seem to be running a community kitchen rather than business establishment these days." Jackson smiled, the expression reaching his eyes with genuine warmth that still occasionally caught Ruby off guard, despite their reconciliation. "Probably operating at financial loss, but gaining immeasurable goodwill. Practical businesswoman in you must be scandalized." The gentle teasing acknowledgement of her practical nature without diminishment represented the easy companionship that had developed between them during recovery efforts. Publicly, they presented united partnership to the community, their previous conflicts resolved through shared purpose and mutual respect. Yet in private moments, Ruby occasionally held herself slightly apart, not rejecting Jackson's transformed dedication, but testing its consistency through careful observation. "Seems I've developed expensive taste for community approval," she replied with answering smile, though something in her expression remained carefully measured. "Perhaps you're corrupting my business sense with impractical idealism." "Merely balancing the ledger." He leaned against the counter with casual ease that belied the significance of their conversation. Some investments yield returns beyond financial measurement. As sunset painted the western sky with spectacular hues visible through the roadhouse windows, Ruby found herself watching Jackson when he believed her attention elsewhere. Studying his interactions with community members, noting consistent integrity in both public commitments and private actions, searching for any hint that his transformation might prove temporary performance rather than genuine change. Yet each day brought further evidence of authentic redemption. Jackson working alongside minors he'd once been assigned to manipulate, offering business advice that benefited collective recovery rather than personal advantage, repeatedly demonstrating through action rather than promises that his priorities had fundamentally shifted from corporate advancement to community welfare. Later that evening, after serving the community meal that had become nightly tradition during rebuilding efforts, Ruby stood alone on the back porch. Stars emerged overhead in familiar patterns that had witnessed both her determination following Edwin's rejection and her cautious reconciliation with Jackson following his confession. The consistency of celestial arrangements offered strange comfort. Some things remained reliable despite human complications below. Jackson joined her without presumption, respecting the contemplative silence while offering companionship should she desire it. They had established living arrangements that acknowledged their reconciliation while honoring Ruby's lingering need for occasional solitude, Jackson occupying the small cabin behind the roadhouse rather than assuming immediate residence in her private quarters, despite their physical reunion beneath star-filled sky weeks earlier. Palmer mentioned Sacramento officials arriving tomorrow, he noted after comfortable silence, reference to expected government investigation offering neutral conversation rather than personal direction she might find presumptuous. Ruby nodded. Practical matters providing safe territory between deeper emotional currents, still navigating careful recovery. State water commissioners and federal marshals, according to rumors. Apparently, newspaper accounts generated official response beyond regional jurisdiction. Justice through proper channels, Jackson observed with satisfaction, untainted by personal vindication. Exactly what the community deserves after suffering syndicate manipulation. Ruby studied his profile in Evening Shadows, recognizing genuine pleasure in systemic justice that had nothing to do with personal advantage or vindication. Another small piece of evidence supporting transformation she still tested through daily observation, like scientists requiring repeated experimental confirmation before accepting revelatory conclusion. "You've been patient," she acknowledged quietly, honesty replacing careful measurement that had characterized recent interactions. "With the community's recovery demands, with my lingering caution." Jackson turned toward her, moonlight illuminating sincerity in his expression as he responded without defensiveness or expectation. "Some damages require more than declarations to repair. Trust rebuilds through witnessed consistency rather than momentary promises." The simple understanding, acknowledging her need for demonstrated reliability rather than resenting continued testing, offered further evidence of transformation Ruby's practical nature couldn't dismiss despite emotional self-protection. Each day provided additional confirmation that Jackson's changed priorities represented genuine evolution rather than temporary strategy. As they stood together beneath emerging stars, Ruby allowed herself to lean slightly against his solid presence, small gesture bridging careful distance she'd maintained despite public partnership. Not complete surrender of protective caution, but incremental relaxation of barriers established through betrayal's painful lesson. "We should rest before officials arrive tomorrow," she suggested, practical consideration masking emotional significance as she briefly covered his hand with her own before moving toward the door. "Their investigation will likely demand considerable attention, regardless of favorable inclination toward community claims." Jackson's smile acknowledged both her practical statement and unspoken progress it represented in their careful reconciliation. Of course, bureaucratic proceedings require clear minds and patient dispositions. Their careful navigation, respecting lingering caution while acknowledging growing trust, continued through small daily interactions that cumulatively built foundations stronger than sudden emotional declarations could establish. Ruby's practical nature recognized value in this measured approach despite occasional impatience from heart, already convinced of what mind still cautiously evaluated. The Sacramento officials arrived with impressive governmental formality. Polished buttons on regulation uniforms, official documentation carried in leather portfolios, and expressions of bureaucratic determination that suggested serious consequences would follow their investigation. Water commissioners conferred with engineers, examining dismantled diversion structures, while federal marshals collected testimony from affected property owners throughout the region. Ruby's Roadhouse served as unofficial headquarters for the proceedings, its central location and established role in resistance efforts making it natural gathering point for official investigation. She provided meeting space and meals with business-like efficiency that impressed governmental representatives accustomed to less organized rural communities. "Your documentation proved invaluable, Miss Collins," Commissioner Harrington acknowledged as he reviewed engineering assessments of syndicate alterations to natural waterways, particularly the chronological correlation between diversion construction and regional well failures. Establishes clear causality that syndicate representatives cannot credibly deny. Ruby accepted the compliment with modest nod, though private satisfaction warmed her at recognition of careful record-keeping that had helped substantiate community claims against corporate exploitation. "The evidence speaks for itself, Commissioner. We merely preserved what syndicate operations attempted to conceal." By midnight afternoon, federal marshals returned from Gold Hill with news that spread rapidly through gathered community members. Arrest warrants issued for primary syndicate representatives. Marshal Reynolds announced to murmurs of approval from assembled farmers and miners. Charges include water rights violations, environmental damage, conspiracy to defraud property owners, and multiple counts of illegal resource diversion. The official proceedings continued with methodical thoroughness throughout the day, governmental representatives documenting damages, recording testimony, and collecting evidence for cases already being prepared against Occidental Mining Consortium leadership. Community members provided detailed accounts of hardships inflicted through manufactured scarcity, their individual stories collectively establishing pattern of deliberate exploitation prosecutors would subsequently present to federal courts. Late afternoon brought unexpected confrontation as Edwin Porter arrived at the roadhouse, his normally immaculate appearance showing signs of recent difficulty. Clothing slightly rumpled, complexion pallid beneath customary composure, expression carrying tension previously masked by confident superiority. The room quieted immediately as he entered, community members pointedly turning away from the man whose betrayal had endangered their resistance efforts. Ruby continued wiping down tables with deliberate normalcy, neither acknowledging Edwin's presence nor directing others to shun him. The silence that followed him across the room carried more effective condemnation than verbal accusation could have achieved. "Miss Collins." Edwin's voice lacked its usual assured tone, uncertainty replacing the confidence that had once informed his every interaction. "Might I speak with you privately, regarding certain misunderstandings that have developed concerning my associations?" Ruby straightened, meeting his gaze directly while maintaining neutral expression that offered neither hostility nor welcome. "Any conversation between us would necessarily be brief, Mr. Porter. Federal officials require my attention for legitimate business matters." The pointed reference to legitimate business caused visible flinch, though Edwin maintained enough composure to nod acceptance of her terms. Ruby led him to relatively private corner of the porch, remaining standing to emphasize temporary nature of their interaction while maintaining careful distance that required no physical contact between them. "I understand certain allegations have been made regarding my communication with syndicate representatives," Edwin began, voice lowered to prevent others from overhearing. "I wish to clarify the nature of those business discussions, which have been grossly mischaracterized through incomplete information." Ruby studied him with detached assessment that would have been impossible during their engagement period, when his approval had seemed essential to her worth and future security. The man before her appeared diminished, not merely through current difficulties, but through her altered perception. His once impressive stature revealed as largely constructed from social position rather than inherent strength or character. "Information seems quite complete, Mr. Porter," she replied evenly, neither accusatory nor judgmental despite factual precision. "You provided details about community resistance plans to syndicate representatives in exchange for financial considerations benefiting your struggling business. Multiple witnesses have confirmed these interactions to federal authorities." Edwin's complexion paled further as he realized the extent of evidence against him, momentary calculation visibly shifting toward desperate self-preservation. "My mercantile faces bankruptcy without immediate intervention. Surely you understand necessary compromises when survival requires difficult choices." The irony of his justification, mirroring exactly the desperate position his original rejection had created for Ruby months earlier, wasn't lost on either of them as silence stretched between them. When Ruby finally responded, her voice carried neither condemnation nor forgiveness, but simple acknowledgement of reality they both recognized. "I understand desperate choices perfectly well, Mr. Porter. You forced one upon me through public rejection that ultimately led me here." She gestured toward the thriving roadhouse surrounding them. "Perhaps your current situation offers similar opportunity to discover capabilities beyond previous limitations." Edwin's gaze traveled across the bustling establishment Ruby had built, from humiliation's ashes belated recognition dawning in his expression. "You've created something remarkable here, something I never anticipated when—" He trailed off, unable to directly reference the painful rejection he delivered before Gold Hill society. "When you deemed me unsuitable as your wife due to physical attributes you found excessive," Ruby completed for him, neutrality replacing bitterness that once would have accompanied such reference. "We've both found our true measures through adversity, it seems. Yours through business failure, revealing character limitations. Mine through forced independence, revealing capabilities previously untested." The simple assessment, neither vindictive nor falsely charitable, offered closure Ruby hadn't realized she still required until delivering it directly to the man whose rejection had inadvertently launched her journey toward genuine independence. Edwin Porter no longer held power to define her worth or determine her future, a transformation more significant than the successful business surrounding them. "I'm leaving Gold Hill," Edwin admitted, defeat evident in slumped shoulders once held rigidly upright through social pretension. "The mercantile cannot survive community boycott following federal investigation revelations. Sacramento, perhaps, or San Francisco if connections permit establishment in larger markets?" Ruby nodded, neither pleased by his downfall nor disturbed by his departure. "I wish you discovery of what truly matters, Mr. Porter, beyond social standing or financial success." The sincere statement, offering potential redemption without promising forgiveness, represented genuine growth beyond retributive satisfaction his difficulties might once have provided. As Edwin Porter departed the roadhouse for final time, Ruby felt unexpected lightness spreading through her chest, as though final shadows of humiliation lifted with his diminished figure disappearing down the dusty road. The encounter had provided unrealized closure, confirmation that Edwin's rejection had ultimately freed her toward possibilities far exceeding the limited future he'd briefly offered before withdrawing it through public humiliation. That evening, with official proceedings temporarily paused and community members returned to individual properties, Ruby made decisions she'd contemplated since justice began unfolding through proper governmental channels. She found Jackson repairing loose porch railing, his capable hands working with efficient precision that had nothing to do with impressing observers and everything to do with tasks' inherent value. "I'd like to show you something," she said without preamble, uncharacteristic spontaneity replacing careful planning that typically preceded her actions. "If you're available to ride for approximately an hour before darkness falls completely." Jackson looked up from his work, surprise evident in his expression, though he made no comment about unexpected invitation. "Of course. Whatever you wish to show me." They rode in companionable silence along trails leading toward the foothills where Ruby had first discovered evidence of gold during herb-gathering excursions from Silver Creek. The journey represented more than physical distance. Ruby's decision to reveal final secret she'd maintained, despite their reconciliation following the confrontation at the dam. When they reached the small clearing marked by claim stakes and modest mining equipment, Ruby dismounted with quiet confidence that belied the vulnerability this revelation represented. "This is Ruby Gulch," she explained, using the name Old Pete had registered on claim documents. "My partnership with Pete, the operation that began with accidental discovery during my time at Silver Creek and eventually provided funds to establish the roadhouse." Jackson remained mounted momentarily, genuine surprise evident in his expression as he surveyed the small but professionally developed claim site. Ruby watched carefully for his reaction, this final test representing complete transparency, where partial truth had previously characterized their relationship from both directions. When he finally dismounted, his expression held neither calculation regarding potential value nor disappointment at information previously withheld. Instead, genuine delight animated his features as he approached the modest operation with respectful interest rather than acquisitive assessment. "You developed this yourself?" he asked, examining the well-designed sluice system with obvious appreciation for its efficient construction. "While managing cookhouse responsibilities and later establishing the roadhouse?" Ruby nodded, relief gradually replacing tension as his reaction continued, demonstrating sincere admiration rather than strategic recalculation based on revealed assets. "Pete provided expertise and partnership, but yes, The initial discovery and subsequent development represented my first steps toward genuine independence. Jackson turned toward her, comprehension dawning in his expression as pieces previously missing from her narrative fell into proper alignment. This explains your immediate understanding of mining documentation during our resistance planning, knowledge surprising in a roadhouse proprietress without mining background. Ruby nodded, appreciating his quick connection rather than focusing on her previous concealment. Old Pete taught me the fundamentals during midnight lessons. We established a routine, allowing me to mine during breaks while maintaining cookhouse responsibilities. Remarkable, Jackson observed, examining the claim with genuine interest rather than evaluating potential profit. He knelt beside the sluice, noting the modifications that demonstrated innovative thinking beyond traditional techniques. These adjustments to standard design? Your improvements? The water conservation features, yes. Ruby found herself warming to his genuine appreciation of her work rather than its monetary value. Drought conditions required adaptations to process ore with minimal resource waste. For the next hour, as sunset painted the western sky with deepening hues, Ruby showed Jackson the operation she and Pete had developed from original discovery through current production. Though modest compared to large corporate holdings, the claim yielded consistent returns through careful management and innovative techniques rather than extravagant ore quality or quantity. Throughout her explanation, Jackson's responses consistently demonstrated sincere admiration for her ingenuity rather than interest in potential wealth the claim represented. His questions focused on her learning process, the challenges she'd overcome, and the satisfaction she'd found in creating something entirely her own through determination and intelligence. "Why show me now?" he finally asked, as they prepared to depart, the question gentle rather than accusatory despite its directness. "You maintain this secret through our reconciliation and community resistance efforts." Ruby considered the question with thoughtful candor rather than defensive justification. "It represented the final test, I suppose. My original independence, established after Edwin's rejection, the foundation everything else built upon." She met his gaze directly, honesty replacing careful measurement. "I needed to see whether knowing about it would change how you viewed me or our potential future together." "And what were you looking for in my reaction?" Jackson asked quietly, the simple question acknowledging importance of this moment beyond mere revelation of previously undisclosed assets. "Calculation," Ruby admitted. "Interest in the gold rather than appreciation for what creating this operation represented in my journey. Evidence that the businessman initially sent to evaluate acquisition targets might still exist beneath transformation I've witnessed since your return. The honesty between them, direct acknowledgement of lingering caution despite growing trust, represented significant shift from careful navigation that had characterized recent interactions." Jackson nodded slowly, accepting her explanation without defensiveness or resentment at continued testing. "And did you find what you feared?" His question carried genuine openness to her assessment, rather than presumption of favorable conclusion. Ruby studied him in the gathering dusk, measuring actual reaction against anticipated concerns that had prompted her to maintain this final secret, despite growing reconnection. His genuine delight in her accomplishment, rather than interest in its monetary value, appreciation for her ingenuity rather than calculation of potential profit, these responses had confirmed transformation she'd witnessed through daily observation since his return. "No," she answered simply, the single word carrying weight beyond its brevity. "I found the man who confessed his soul beneath starlight rather than the representative initially sent to evaluate acquisition targets." Something shifted between them with this acknowledgement. Ruby's final reservation yielding to accumulated evidence that Jackson's transformation represented genuine evolution rather than temporary strategy. The change manifested not through dramatic declaration but quiet certainty as she extended her hand toward him in gesture simultaneously simple and profound. "I think it's time you moved your things from the cabin to the roadhouse," she said quietly, practical statement carrying emotional significance beyond literal meaning. "If that arrangement still interests you." Jackson took her offered hand, understanding the invitation represented final barrier lowered between lingering caution and complete trust. "It interests me more than any business opportunity or financial prospect ever could," he answered, sincerity in his voice matching genuine emotion in his expression. As they mounted their horses for return journey to the roadhouse, Ruby felt the final weight of protective reserve lift from her heart, not through impulsive surrender but deliberate choice, based on consistent evidence that Jackson's transformation had fundamentally altered the man initially sent to evaluate her property for corporate acquisition. The gold claim had served its purpose, not merely providing financial independence following Edwin's rejection, but ultimately confirming authentic redemption in the man now riding beside her toward shared future neither had anticipated when first meeting at Silver Creek months earlier. "Old Pete will be pleased," she observed, as they descended toward valley roads leading back to the roadhouse. "He's been dropping increasingly unsubtle hints about resolving our unnecessary complications through sensible commitment." Jackson laughed, the sound carrying genuine mirth rather than calculated response. "I've received similar advice, though delivered with considerably less delicacy. His exact words involved fool-headed stubbornness and suggestions about my intelligence that wouldn't bear repeating in polite company. Their shared amusement, comfortable interaction free from careful measurement or strategic calculation, reflected fundamental shift completed through Ruby's final test and Jackson's genuine response. As twilight settled around them, they rode together toward community that had survived corporate exploitation through collective resistance and toward relationship built through honest confrontation of past mistakes rather than convenient amnesia regarding previous betrayal. The roadhouse lights appeared in gathering darkness, like physical manifestation of possibilities established through determination following rejection and trust rebuilt following betrayal. Not perfect resolution free from future challenges, but solid foundation constructed through deliberate choice rather than desperate acceptance or calculated manipulation. "Home," Ruby said simply, as they approached the establishment she'd built from humiliation's ashes and preserved through resistance against corporate exploitation. "Home," Jackson echoed, the word carrying both acknowledgement of physical location and deeper recognition of emotional connection finally established between two people who had found unexpected treasure beyond gold or property. Partnership built on mutual respect and trust, hard won through adversity overcome together rather than separately. Gold Hill transformed beneath July sunshine and community determination, drought's lingering evidence gradually erased through renewed prosperity following water's return to natural courses. The town square, once witness to Ruby's public humiliation, now hosted a midsummer festival celebrating regional recovery. Buntings draped between buildings, tables laden with shared abundance from farms once threatened with complete failure, and a wooden platform constructed for musicians whose cheerful tunes replaced remembered whispers of judgment and rejection. Ruby paused at the festival's edge, momentarily overwhelmed by contrasting memories of her last public appearance in this square. The same buildings surrounded her, many of the same people mingled before her, yet everything had fundamentally changed. Not merely the external circumstances, but her own internal landscape, transformed through experiences that had revealed capabilities beyond previous imagination. "Having second thoughts?" Jackson asked quietly beside her, his hand resting lightly at the small of her back in gesture both supportive and proprietary. Since his official move into the roadhouse quarters 2 weeks earlier, their relationship had settled into comfortable partnership that balanced independence with connection, mutual respect with growing affection. Ruby shook her head, straightening her spine as she had upon entering this same square following Edwin's rejection months earlier, simply appreciating the contrast with my previous visit. My departure then couldn't have been more different from today's reception. Indeed, their arrival had generated welcoming nods and respectful acknowledgement, rather than pitying whispers or contemptuous dismissal. The community that had once witnessed her public rejection now recognized her central role in resistance that ultimately preserved their collective livelihoods. Practical appreciation transcending previous social judgments about suitability or appearance. "Miss Collins," Widow Wilson approached with genuine pleasure, her millinery shop having resumed prosperous operation following Water's return. We've saved places for you and Mr. Blackwell at the central table. The committee specifically requested your presence near the platform during recognition ceremonies. Ruby accepted the invitation with composed gratitude that neither sought nor rejected special acknowledgement, her confidence now based in genuine accomplishment rather than external validation. Jackson followed slightly behind, content to support rather than direct her interactions with community members who clearly respected her leadership, regardless of gender expectations typically limiting female roles in frontier society. The afternoon unfolded with celebratory enthusiasm, reflecting genuine relief following months of hardship. Children raced between tables decorated with wildflower arrangements. Musicians played increasingly lively tunes, encouraging impromptu dancing in cleared spaces. And conversation flowed with optimistic assessment of recovery progress throughout the region. Ruby found herself welcomed into discussions with businessmen and property owners who had previously dismissed her capabilities based solely on gender and appearance, their revised estimation reflecting practical recognition of qualities proven through crisis rather than superficial judgment. "They're finally seeing what I recognized at Silver Creek," Jackson observed during quiet moment between community acknowledgments. "Though they required dramatic demonstration while I merely needed to watch you manage 30 minors with nothing but determination and sourdough biscuits." The teasing reference to their initial meeting brought smile to Ruby's lips. Memories of cookhouse management, now nostalgic rather than desperate, following subsequent experiences. The biscuits helped considerably. Never underestimate proper baking as leadership strategy. As afternoon transitioned toward evening, lanterns illuminated the square with golden light that softened building edges and cast celebrants in flattering glow, regardless of age or station. The platform, previously dedicated to speech-making, transformed to accommodate musicians, offering selections appropriate for more formal dancing than earlier spontaneous movements. "May I have this dance, Miss Collins?" Jackson extended his hand with formal courtesy that contained subtle humor given their now established private relationship. His attire for the celebration reflected careful balance between regional standards and personal confidence. Quality without ostentation, style without pretension, appearance designed to complement rather than overshadow the woman whose accomplishments the community celebrated. Ruby placed her fingers in his with graceful acceptance, allowing him to lead her towards space before the musicians, where several couples already moved in time to waltz rhythm. The public display represented significant change from careful distance previously maintained between them. Acknowledgement of relationship now established through private reconciliation following months of caution and testing. They moved together with natural harmony born of bodies familiar with each other's rhythms, through more intimate connection than dancing, Jackson's hand at her waist guiding rather than controlling their movement across the wooden platform. Ruby noted several glances toward them, not judgmental assessment, but appreciative observation of couple whose relationship had developed alongside community recovery following syndicate confrontation. "Remember when you taught me to pan for gold?" Ruby asked quietly, reminiscence replacing self-consciousness that might once have characterized such public appearance. "You said I had natural instinct for finding what others overlooked." Jackson's smile warmed at the memory, his gaze holding hers with intimate connection despite surrounding observers. "Commenting of many instances where your capability exceeded expectations, including my own, which I considered more generous than most." A particularly graceful turn brought them near several women whose whispered conversation paused momentarily at their approach, their gazes lingering on Ruby's figure displayed advantageously in celebration dress, specifically chosen to complement rather than conceal her natural curves. The brief scrutiny, remnant of previous judgments regarding feminine proportions deemed excessive by Edwin Porter's social standards, might once have caused painful self-consciousness regarding attributes publicly deemed unsuitable. Jackson noticed both whispers and Ruby's momentary awareness of continued assessment. Rather than ignoring the attention, he deliberately slowed their movements as they passed the observers, his voice pitched to carry just far enough to reach interested ears. "You're perfect in every way," he declared with sincere appreciation, entirely lacking self-consciousness regarding public expression. "The most beautiful woman in Gold Hill by considerable margin." Ruby's instinctive protest at such declaration died unspoken as she recognized its deliberate purpose, not merely compliment but public reclamation of attributes once used to justify her rejection. Jackson's natural confidence transformed potential embarrassment into subtle triumph, his evident admiration replacing remembered humiliation with confident acceptance. "Causing gossip again, Mr. Blackwell," she murmured as they continued across the platform, though genuine pleasure at his declaration warmed her voice despite mild admonishment. "Merely stating obvious truth," he replied without apology, his hand at her waist subtly drawing her closer than strict propriety might recommend for public dancing. "Though I admit enjoying certain observers' expressions when confronted with revised assessment of qualities they previously failed to properly appreciate." As evening deepened and celebration continued with enthusiastic determination to extend communal pleasure following months of hardship, Ruby and Jackson eventually slipped away from the central activities. Behind the refreshment tent where shadows provided relative privacy, without complete separation from ongoing festivities, their formal dancing transformed to more intimate connection. His hands appreciatively tracing curves once mocked as excessive, but now treasured as perfect expression of feminine beauty. "I've waited all evening to hold you properly," Jackson murmured against her temple, public restraint yielding to private desire despite continued proximity to celebration. Beyond their shadowed sanctuary, "Though I admit enjoying every man's envy when watching you move through the crowd in that dress," Ruby's laughter vibrated against his chest, genuine amusement replacing self-consciousness that might once have accompanied such direct appreciation of physical attributes previously deemed problematic. "Territorial, Mr. Blackwell. I thought you more evolved than such basic masculine instincts." "Evolved enough to recognize extraordinary fortune," he corrected, drawing back slightly to study her features and lantern light filtering through canvas separating them from public gathering. "But primitive enough to want everyone to know you're mine." His mouth claimed hers with possessive intensity that respected recent boundaries while celebrating their dissolution. Months of restrained interaction and careful testing replaced by mutual certainty regarding authentic connection between them. Ruby yielded momentarily to his confident assertion before drawing back with a mischievous smile that contradicted demure appearance. "I believe you have that backward, Mr. Blackwell," she corrected, her fingers tracing his jawline with proprietary assurance matching his own. "If possession factors into our arrangement, the evidence suggests you belong to me rather than inverse." Jackson's delighted laughter at her confident claim carried genuine pleasure, entirely lacking wounded pride or masculine protest that might have characterized other men's responses to such assertion. His hands tightened at her waist with appreciative recognition of strength that matched rather than yielded to his own. "I concede the point," he acknowledged, voice lowering as he drew her closer once more, "and surrender completely to your superior assessment of our situation." Their kiss deepened with public propriety abandoned in shadowed privacy, mutual need temporarily overwhelming practical awareness of celebration, continuing beyond their secluded corner. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless from intensity transcending appropriate public interaction, Jackson's expression combined tender affection with unmistakable desire requiring more substantial privacy than current location provided. "Perhaps we should consider returning to the roadhouse," he suggested, though making no immediate move to release her from their intimate embrace. "Before I forget, we're still technically within public gathering despite momentary seclusion." Ruby's smile carried mischievous agreement alongside practical assessment of their increasingly precarious location. "A sensible suggestion, though I admit enjoying this momentary reversal, celebrating in the very location where I once faced public rejection." Her observation sobered Jackson's expression slightly, genuine regret replacing playful desire as he recognized deeper significance this location held in her emotional landscape. "I wish I could erase that memory entirely," Ruby shook her head, wisdom replacing potential bitterness as she considered contrast between past humiliation and present celebration. "I wouldn't choose to erase it now, even if possible." Without Edwin's rejection, I might never have discovered my own capabilities, or eventually found partnership based on mutual respect rather than social convention. The simple truth, acknowledging painful experience as an essential component in journey toward genuine strength and happiness, reflected profound growth from woman once devastated by public assessment of physical attributes, to one confidently embracing both independence and connection on her own terms. As they slipped away from celebration toward waiting horses and private conclusion to evening's shared pleasure, Ruby glanced back once at community gatherings still visible through gaps between buildings. Gold Hill had witnessed both her greatest humiliation and subsequent recovery, rejection that forced independence, and celebration that acknowledged accomplishment beyond conventional expectations. The symmetry seemed appropriate, completing circle that had begun with tears but concluded with confident partnership based on genuine respect rather than social necessity or physical assessment. August arrived with generous warmth that transformed landscapes still recovering from drought's lingering effects, fields yielding modest harvests despite shortened growing season, and streams flowing with steady determination if not pre-drought abundance. The region had begun healing through natural resilience and human determination working in cooperative harmony rather than exploitative opposition. Ruby's Roadhouse thrived alongside regional recovery, its strategic location and reputation established through resistance leadership, ensuring steady clientele despite continuing economic challenges throughout surrounding communities. Jackson's business acumen complemented her practical management, their partnership functioning seamlessly in professional concerns while personal relationship deepened through daily confirmation of genuine connection rather than calculated alliance. "I've planned something special for today," Jackson announced one brilliant morning as Ruby completed breakfast preparations for overnight guests, filling the Roadhouse's modest accommodation. His expression contained both excitement and slight nervousness that piqued her curiosity. Unusual combination in man, typically characterized by confident composure regardless of circumstance. "Special how?" Ruby inquired, wiping flour-covered hands on her apron as she studied his uncharacteristic restlessness with growing interest. "We have full rooms until tomorrow's stage departure." "Your father and old Pete have agreed to manage the Roadhouse for the day," Jackson explained, evident planning behind casual suggestion becoming apparent through his unusually specific arrangements. "I thought we might enjoy picnic at location with particular significance, if you're amenable to brief escape from responsibilities." Ruby's curiosity increased at such deliberate preparation for seemingly spontaneous outing, though she maintained outward composure that revealed nothing of internal speculation regarding his intentions. "Intriguing proposal. I assume you've already prepared provisions for this significant location visit?" Jackson's smile confirmed her assumption, anticipation replacing nervousness as she accepted his invitation without further questioning. "Everything's ready whenever you're prepared to depart." An hour later, they rode familiar trail toward foothills, where Ruby had first discovered gold during herb gathering expeditions from Silver Creek. The location had acquired multiple layers of significance through their complicated history. Site of her initial steps toward genuine independence following Edwin's rejection, setting for revealing her final secret during rebuilding efforts following syndicate confrontation, and now destination for mysteriously special outing Jackson had arranged with uncharacteristic secretiveness. The stream that had first revealed glittering possibilities in its banks now flowed with healthy vigor following drought's end, water dancing over stones with musical accompaniment to birdsong from surrounding trees. Ruby dismounted at the clearing, marking her claim's original discovery point, memories of midnight lessons with old Pete overlaying more recent recollection of showing Jackson this location during final trust building between them. "Still beautiful," she observed as Jackson secured their horses at comfortable distance from carefully arranged blanket and picnic provisions, already positioned beneath shade tree overlooking the stream. His preparation extended beyond mere spontaneous outing, deliberate arrangement suggesting significance beyond simple recreational escape from Roadhouse responsibilities. They settled on the blanket for leisurely meal, featuring her favorite foods prepared with evident care, fresh bread still warm from morning baking, summer berries packed in straw to prevent bruising, cold chicken seasoned exactly as she preferred. Jackson's attention to detail reflected intimate knowledge of her preferences, alongside genuine desire for her pleasure rather than impression management or strategic manipulation that had characterized their initial interactions. "You've gone to considerable trouble for simple picnic," Ruby noted as they finished eating. Comfortable companionship established between them, requiring neither constant conversation nor performative interaction. "This location must hold particular significance beyond my original discovery." Jackson nodded, the nervous anticipation returning to his expression as he reached for saddlebag positioned strategically near their blanket. "I wanted to show you something I've discovered recently, something that connects to your original finding in ways I hope you'll find appropriate rather than presumptuous." From the bag, he withdrew rolled documents secured with ribbon, offering them with mixture of confidence and uncharacteristic uncertainty that further piqued Ruby's curiosity regarding his mysterious purpose. She untied the ribbon carefully, unfolding papers to reveal survey maps and legal documents detailing property adjacent to her original claim, land apparently purchased recently based on filing dates marked with county recorder's official seal. "You've bought mining property?" she asked, confusion replacing curiosity as she examined the detailed survey showing relationship between this new claim and her established operation. "I didn't realize you maintained interest in mining ventures after leaving the consortium." "Not general mining interests," Jackson clarified, watching her expression carefully as she continued reviewing the documentation. "This specific property adjoining yours, where preliminary assessment indicates promising deposits, complementing your existing operation." Ruby's confusion deepened momentarily until she reached final page documenting ownership, registration names listed as equal partners, creating immediate understanding that transformed confusion to surprise. "You've registered this in both our names?" Jackson nodded, answering unspoken question behind her verbal inquiry. "Equal partnership in every aspect. Legal ownership, operational decisions, profit distribution. I conducted initial assessment and purchase independently to preserve surprise, but ownership has been jointly registered from inception." The significance of this arrangement, fundamentally different from Edwin's proprietary assumptions or consortium's acquisitive strategies, rendered Ruby momentarily speechless. Not merely thoughtful gift or romantic gesture, but concrete demonstration of partnership philosophy Jackson had consistently articulated since their reconciliation following syndicate confrontation. "There's more," he continued when she remained silent, reaching once more into the saddlebag to retrieve small wooden box worn smooth with age and careful handling. Rising from his seated position, Jackson shifted to one knee before her in gesture whose traditional meaning required no verbal explanation despite unconventional setting. He opened the box to reveal band fashioned from gold, not ostentatious diamond or emerald setting that might impress through monetary value, but simple circle, created from material carrying deeper significance than mere financial worth. The craftsmanship showed exceptional skill, delicate engraving depicting flowing water patterns reminiscent of the stream beside them. "This was created from the first gold you mined," Jackson explained, voice roughening with emotion typically concealed beneath composed exterior. "Pete helped me retrieve small portion from your initial extraction. Gold that represents your first steps toward independence following rejection that might have destroyed someone with less courage and determination." Ruby stared at the ring, its symbolic significance transcending conventional proposals through thoughtful connection to her personal journey rather than generic tradition or social expectation. The simple band represented not merely romantic commitment, but profound recognition of experiences that had shaped her into woman now, capable of choosing partnership from position of strength rather than necessity. "Built on truth this time," Jackson continued, sincerity replacing nervous anticipation as he held her gaze steadily. "Partners in everything, Ruby. Your strength beside mine, equal in all ways. Not completion, but complement. Independent capabilities enhanced rather than diminished through mutual support." Tears filled Ruby's eyes despite determination to maintain composure, emotion overwhelming practical nature that typically governed her responses to significant moments. Not sentimental weakness, but profound recognition of contrast between this proposal and previous engagement. Edwin's conditional acceptance replaced by Jackson's genuine appreciation. Social expectation replaced by mutual respect. Necessity replaced by deliberate choice. The property registration already demonstrates your commitment to partnership, she observed, practical assessment temporarily masking deeper emotional response to his carefully planned proposal. Why formal marriage beyond business arrangement already established between us? Jackson smiled at the characteristic question, appreciating rather than resenting her need for complete understanding before acceptance. Because I want everyone to recognize what I've been fortunate enough to discover, that you represent everything worth valuing in both partner and person. And selfishly, I want the right to stand beside you through whatever challenges or triumphs future holds, without question or qualification regarding my place in your life. The simple eloquence of his answer, acknowledging both public recognition and private commitment, touched Ruby deeply. This wasn't the calculated alliance Edwin had proposed, nor the desperate grasping of a man seeking to claim her independence. Instead, Jackson offered partnership that valued her strength rather than seeking to diminish it, recognized her accomplishments rather than subordinating them to his own ambitions. Ruby removed her glove, extending bare hand toward the ring he still held. Then I accept, Mr. Blackwell. Partnership in all things, business, life, and heart. As Jackson slipped the band onto her finger, its weight felt nothing like the emerald he'd once offered before discovering her secret claim. That ring had represented possibility tainted by lingering doubts. This simple gold band symbolized certainty built through honest confrontation of past mistakes and genuine reconnection established through consistent demonstration. It's beautiful, she said softly, admiring how the subtle engraving caught sunlight filtering through leaves above. And perfect in its significance. Jackson lifted her hand, pressing kiss against the ring now circling her finger. Pete suggested traditional diamond, but this seemed more appropriate to your journey. Gold you discovered yourself. Independence transformed into connection through deliberate choice rather than surrender. The profound understanding of what would hold meaning for her, beyond conventional expectations or ostentatious display, confirmed Ruby's certainty regarding this decision. Jackson had truly seen her, recognized qualities Edwin Porter had deemed unsuitable and the consortium had attempted to exploit, and valued precisely those attributes others had considered problematic. When shall we make it official? He asked, returning to seated position beside her, though maintaining contact through intertwined fingers. I've already spoken with your father, following traditional protocol despite our somewhat unconventional circumstances. Ruby laughed, genuine amusement at formal courtesy following months of increasingly intimate connection. Did he give his blessing to man who initially arrived to evaluate his daughter's property for corporate acquisition? Not immediately, Jackson admitted with answering smile. There was considerable discussion regarding my original intentions versus current commitment, during which he displayed impressive knowledge of both firearms and creative threats, involving mining equipment I'd previously considered primarily nonviolent in application. The mental image of her father's protective interrogation drew another laugh from Ruby. Tension of significant moment eased through shared humor rather than diminished through trivializing its importance. And eventually he acknowledged that despite questionable beginning, my current intentions appeared genuine enough to warrant conditional approval subject to your independent decision and continued demonstration of worthiness. He considers likely unattainable but theoretically possible through lifetime of dedicated effort. The accuracy of this assessment, capturing her father's protective devotion alongside practical recognition of her independence, brought fresh tears to Ruby's eyes, despite determined blinks to prevent their fall. She had constructed her independent life from rejection's painful foundation, established business success through determination beyond conventional expectations, and now chose partnership from position of strength rather than dependency. September, she decided, practical planning replacing emotional response with characteristic efficiency. After harvest, but before winter weather complicates travel for those we'd want in attendance. Simple ceremony at the Roadhouse rather than church wedding in Gold Hill, acknowledging where our partnership truly established itself through shared purpose. Jackson's smile conveyed appreciation for both definitive decision and its practical considerations, their compatibility evident in mutual understanding of what truly held significance beyond social expectations or conventional traditions. Perfect timing and location, though I would marry you tomorrow beside this stream with only your father and Pete as witnesses if that were your preference. Tempting, Ruby acknowledged with answering smile. But the Roadhouse represents what we built together. Your business guidance enhancing my initial concept, our partnership established through resistance against forces threatening regional survival, appropriate foundation for making official what already exists between us. They remained beside the stream that had initially revealed golden possibilities, discussing practical wedding arrangements with the same comfortable partnership that characterized their business interactions, Jackson offering suggestions without expectation of automatic acceptance, Ruby considering options based on merit rather than source, decisions emerging through collaborative process rather than hierarchical pronouncement. As afternoon shadows lengthened across the clearing where Ruby had first glimpsed possibility beyond Edwin Porter's rejection, she studied the man beside her with quiet wonder at journey that had brought them to this moment. From cookhouse at Silver Creek to confrontation at Syndicate Dam, from betrayal's painful discovery to trust gradually rebuilt through consistent demonstration, their path had followed no conventional route toward partnership now formalized through Golden Band, fashioned from her first independent achievement. I never expected this, she admitted quietly, vulnerability replacing practical planning as shadows deepened around them. After Edwin's public rejection, I convinced myself independence represented safer harbor than emotional connection ever could, built walls specifically designed to prevent reaching this point with anyone. Jackson's expression sobered, matching her serious contemplation of circumstances that had ultimately joined their separate journeys. Their years of strategic manipulation serving corporate interests, I never expected to find purpose transcending professional advancement or connections substantial enough to risk established identity for uncertain transformation. The simple acknowledgement, recognizing parallel journeys from different starting points toward shared destination neither had anticipated, represented honesty that formed true foundation for their partnership. Not romantic fantasy ignoring practical challenges, nor business arrangement transcending emotional connection, but balanced union acknowledging both practical compatibility and genuine affection. Partners, Ruby stated simply, certainty replacing previous caution as she extended her hand, formal gesture sealing agreement more binding than mere romantic declaration. Partners, Jackson confirmed, clasping her hand with equal conviction before drawing her closer for a kiss that balanced tender affection with deepening desire, requiring more privacy than current location afforded, despite its significant symbolism. As they eventually packed picnic provisions and prepared for return journey toward Roadhouse, representing their shared achievement, Ruby watched sunlight dancing across water that had revealed her first glimpse of golden possibility. The simple stream had changed her life through accidental discovery following painful rejection, setting her on path toward independence that ultimately led not away from connection but toward partnership built on genuine respect rather than social convenience or financial necessity. The gold band encircling her finger caught afternoon light with symbolic perfection. Material representing her first independent achievement transformed into connection, freely chosen rather than desperately accepted. Unlike Edwin Porter's conditional offer withdrawn through public humiliation, this commitment acknowledged every aspect of her being. Curves deemed excessive, now treasured as perfect expression of feminine beauty. Determination once considered unsuitable, now valued as essential strength. Independence, previously threatening, now recognized as necessary foundation for genuine partnership. Ruby Collins, soon to become Ruby Blackwell through choice rather than necessity, mounted her horse with characteristic grace that had nothing to do with social performance and everything to do with natural confidence established through genuine capability. Whatever challenges awaited them, business complications, potential syndicate retaliation through legal channels, or simple everyday difficulties inherent in any partnership, they would face them together through equal contribution, rather than hierarchical arrangement. The woman once publicly rejected for excessive curves and unsuitable appearance had discovered golden future beyond mere mineral wealth. Partnership built on mutual respect, appreciation for qualities others had deemed problematic, and connection established through deliberate choice rather than desperate acceptance. As they rode toward Roadhouse, representing their shared achievement, Ruby's practical nature acknowledged life would bring challenges beyond current celebration, but certainty regarding their partnership's solid foundation remained unshaken. Gold discovered in unexpected locations, within stream revealing mineral wealth, within community demonstrating collective strength against corporate exploitation, and within relationship built through honest confrontation of past mistakes, rather than convenient pretense of perfection. Ruby smiled at the symmetry as they descended toward Valley, cradling the Roadhouse, her independent achievement now enhanced rather than diminished through partnership freely chosen from position of strength rather than weakness. Edwin Porter's rejection had inadvertently launched Journey, revealing capabilities beyond previous imagination. Jackson Blackwell's initial deception had ultimately transformed into genuine connection through unlikely circumstances neither could have anticipated, and Ruby herself had discovered strength beyond mere independence, courage to risk connection despite previous betrayal, wisdom to recognize authentic transformation despite legitimate caution, and confidence to choose partnership enhancing rather than diminishing individual capability. The Roadhouse appeared in distance as they rounded final bend in trail leading homeward, its solid construction representing physical manifestation of foundation they'd established together through shared purpose and mutual respect. Not final destination, but sturdy beginning for whatever adventures awaited them. Golden future built through deliberate choice rather than desperate acceptance or calculated alliance. September arrived with golden splendor that transformed the landscape around Ruby's Roadhouse into fitting backdrop for celebration. Aspen leaves trembled with metallic brilliance in gentle breezes, late wildflowers persisted in vibrant defiance of approaching autumn, and the creek running behind the property, now returned to its natural course following syndicate confrontation, provided musical accompaniment to preparations underway since dawn. Ruby stood before the looking glass in her private quarters, emotion threatening composure she'd maintained through weeks of wedding arrangements, following Jackson's proposal at her original gold claim. The woman reflected back bore little resemblance to one who had fled Gold Hill in humiliation following Edwin Porter's public rejection. Not merely in outer appearance, but in fundamental confidence, evident in her straight posture and steady gaze. "Your father would be bursting with pride," Margaret Wilson observed, adjusting final details on the wedding gown she'd created specifically for this occasion, though he'd likely hide it beneath gruff complaints about fancy nonsense. Ruby blinked back, tears threatening to spill at mention of Daniel Collins, whose peaceful passing 3 weeks earlier had provided only solace that he'd lived long enough to see her genuinely happy, secure in both independence and chosen partnership. "He made me promise not to wear black or postpone anything," she reminded Margaret, fingers touching the small gold locket containing his miniature that would accompany her throughout the day. Said celebrating life mattered more than mourning its inevitable conclusion. "Sensible man beneath that crusty exterior," Margaret agreed, stepping back to assess her creation with professional satisfaction mingled with personal affection for the woman wearing it. The dress represented Margaret's finest work, ivory silk that complemented Ruby's complexion without washing out her natural coloring, cut and construction that celebrated rather than concealed the curves once deemed excessive by Gold Hill society standards. Unlike fashionable designs favoring artificial silhouettes created through restrictive corsetry and minimizing construction, this gown enhanced Ruby's natural figure, with subtle details drawing admiring attention to generous curves, now recognized as beautiful rather than problematic. "It's perfect," Ruby whispered, turning to embrace the older woman whose support had remained constant through every stage of her journey from rejection to independence to chosen partnership. "Beyond anything I could have envisioned. Merely suitable framework for woman wearing it," Margaret replied practically, though genuine emotion roughened her usually brisk tone. Now, final touches before old Pete wears path through floorboards with his nervous pacing. Man's more anxious than bride herself, muttering about responsibility and proper presentation since dawn. The mention of old Pete officially serving as escort in Daniel's absence, despite initially protesting himself unsuitable for fancy proceedings, brought smile through Ruby's threatened tears. The veteran miner had transformed from business partner to surrogate family through shared experiences ranging from midnight mining lessons to syndicate confrontation, his gruff exterior concealing genuine devotion evident in meticulous preparations for a role he approached with characteristic seriousness. A knock at the door preceded his cautious entrance, weathered features arranged in formal expression immediately softening at sight of Ruby in completed wedding attire. "Well now," he managed after several attempts to clear suddenly constricted throat. "Ain't you something special, Miss Ruby?" Ruby crossed to him, taking gnarled hands permanently stained with mineral traces from decades underground in her own smooth fingers. "Thank you for standing with me today, Mr. Pete. No one could more appropriately represent everything that brought me to this moment." Pete blinked rapidly, moisture gathering in rheumy eyes despite determined effort to maintain composition. "Your pa asked me special, you know. Made me promise right before the end. Said nobody understood better what you'd built from nothing, and how you'd earned every bit of happiness coming your way." The simple statement nearly undid Ruby's careful composure, acknowledgement that her father had recognized significance of the journey beginning with gold discovery during herb-gathering expedition from Silver Creek Cookhouse. She squeezed Pete's fingers gently before releasing them, practical assessment providing emotional sanctuary as she had so often discovered throughout challenging circumstances. "Then we shouldn't keep everyone waiting," she decided, characteristic determination replacing momentary vulnerability. "I believe I have a wedding to attend." The roadhouse had transformed under combined efforts of community members contributing time and materials to preparation, dining area cleared for ceremony space, porch extended to accommodate overflow attendance, grounds surrounding the building decorated with wildflower arrangements and ribbon streamers catching September sunlight with festive enthusiasm. Guests filled every available space, representing diverse coalition formed through shared experience of syndicate resistance rather than traditional social stratification. Miners from Silver Creek seated alongside merchants from Gold Hill, farmers whose crops had nearly failed during manufactured drought, now sharing benches with craftsmen whose businesses had similarly suffered before community action restored water to natural courses. Ruby paused momentarily before entering the main room, glimpsing Jackson awaiting her arrival with uncharacteristic tension, evident in his rigid posture and frequent glances toward doorway where she would appear. His obvious nervousness, man accustomed to corporate boardrooms and high-stakes negotiations, now anxious regarding ceremony formalizing connection already established through shared purpose and mutual respect, endeared him further through humanizing vulnerability typically concealed beneath composed exterior. "Ready, Miss Ruby." Pete offered his arm with formal courtesy, entirely at odds with mining-stained hands and slightly ill-fitting suit acquired specifically for this occasion. Ruby took the offered support with genuine appreciation rather than mere formal acceptance, recognizing the significance of journey they had traveled together, from midnight mining lessons through community resistance, to this celebration representing new beginning, built upon foundation they had established together. "More than ready, Mr. Pete." Music from violin and piano borrowed from Gold Hill Social Hall signaled her entrance, conversations immediately hushing as Ruby appeared in doorway, with Pete beside her. The collective intake of breath from assembled guests provided audible acknowledgement of her transformed appearance. A woman once rejected for physical attributes deemed excessive, now celebrated for beauty enhanced through confidence and purpose rather than diminished through social constraint. Jackson's expression as she moved toward him contained everything Edwin Porter's calculating assessment had lacked. Genuine emotion transcending appreciation of physical appearance to recognize essence of the woman herself, valued for capabilities and determination beyond conventional attributes typically defining feminine worth in 1870s society. His gaze never wavered as she approached, appreciation in his eyes having nothing to do with property acquisition or social convenience, and everything to do with genuine recognition of partnership found through unlikely circumstances neither could have anticipated. The circuit preacher secured through considerable effort given limited availability of clergy willing to travel remote routes connecting isolated settlements, nodded formal acknowledgement before beginning ceremony, combining traditional elements with personalized components reflecting unique journey, bringing them to this moment. When time came for vows, Ruby and Jackson had chosen words emphasizing specific commitments, transcending generic promises, typically exchanged during conventional proceedings. "I pledge honest partnership," Jackson stated, voice carrying clearly despite emotion evident in slight roughness. "Recognizing your independence as essential strength rather than inconvenient challenge, valuing capabilities that enhance our shared future rather than threaten individual ambition, and promising consistent demonstration of these commitments through daily action rather than mere verbal declaration." Ruby's answering vows mirrored this emphasis on genuine partnership rather than traditional subordination, often characterizing marriage arrangements. Commitment to honest communication, even when uncomfortable, recognition of individual strengths contributing to shared purpose, and deliberate choice of connection, enhancing rather than diminishing personal capability. When she slipped simple band onto Jackson's finger, companion to gold ring he'd given her fashioned from her first mining success, the symbolism transcended conventional exchange to represent genuine partnership, established through shared experience rather than social expectation. "By authority vested in me," the preacher concluded with evident approval of personalized ceremony, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride." Jackson's kiss balanced public propriety with unmistakable passion, communicating genuine emotion while remaining appropriate for assembled community whose support had sustained them through confrontation leading to this celebration. When they finally separated, cheers erupted from diverse gathering. Miners' enthusiastic whoops alongside townspeople's more restrained but equally genuine approval, creating cacophony representing unified community transcending traditional social divisions. The celebration continued long after ceremony concluded, roadhouse filled with music and laughter contrasting sharply with social gathering that had witnessed Ruby's humiliation months earlier. Miners who had once known her as camp cook now raised glasses alongside merchants who had previously dismissed her capabilities, unified through shared experience of resistance against corporate exploitation, rather than divided by conventional social hierarchies. As evening deepened around continuing celebration, Ruby found momentary sanctuary on back porch overlooking creek now flowing with natural abundance following removal of syndicate diversions. Jackson joined her without disturbing contemplative silence, his presence offering companionship without demanding immediate interaction. Comfortable understanding established through months of partnership preceding official union. "Content, Mrs. Blackwell?" he asked quietly after several peaceful moments shared in mutual appreciation of starlight reflected in flowing water below. Ruby considered the question with characteristic thoughtfulness rather than automatic response, assessing genuine emotional state beyond surface reaction to significant occasion. "Deeply," she finally answered, simple truth requiring no elaborate embellishment. Though adjustment to new name may require practice after establishing reputation under previous identity. "You'll always be Ruby Collins as well," Jackson observed, with understanding transcending mere placation. "The woman who built independence from rejection's ashes, established business success through determination beyond conventional expectations, and ultimately chose partnership from position of strength rather than necessity." The acknowledgement, recognizing continuity of identity beyond nominal change associated with marriage, confirmed certainty regarding decision, bringing them to this celebration. Unlike Edwin Porter's conditional acceptance withdrawn through public humiliation, Jackson's commitment encompassed complete recognition of qualities making Ruby precisely who she was, rather than artificial construction of socially acceptable spouse. "Jackson Blackwell?" Ruby murmured, turning toward her husband with smile balancing affection with characteristic determination. "I believe our guests might wonder at extended absence of celebration's central participants. Shall we return before search parties form?" His laughter, genuine amusement entirely lacking calculation or performance, preceded offered arm, formally extended despite private setting. "As you wish, Mrs. Blackwell Collins." Partnership begins with mutual consideration for community expectations alongside personal preferences. Their return to celebration inside where music and conversation continued with enthusiastic determination to extend festivities as long as possible. Represented perfect balance between public commitment and private connection, social responsibility and personal happiness, individual identity and shared purpose that would characterize partnership officially begun, but established through months of shared experience preceding formal ceremony. Autumn transformed the landscape surrounding the roadhouse with spectacular artistry, transcending human capability, aspen groves shimmering with golden brilliance against evergreen backdrop. Late-blooming wildflowers persisting with vibrant determination alongside ripening berries, and mountain peaks, occasionally dusted with early snow, promising winter's eventual arrival, without immediate threat to continued mild temperatures. Perfect for construction projects. Expanding the property beyond original modest establishment, the roadhouse itself had undergone significant transformation in months following wedding celebration. Architectural drawings Jackson had gifted Ruby at Christmas gradually manifesting through skilled labor and quality materials, the original structure remained central, foundation physical representation of independence established following rejection, while extensions created elegant hotel incorporating features designed to attract increasing traffic along routes connecting Sacramento with mining communities and agricultural settlements throughout surrounding region. Ruby surveyed latest additions from Slight Rise overlooking the property, satisfaction warming her despite cooling temperatures as October progressed toward November. Workers moved with practiced efficiency, completing final exterior details before winter weather would necessitate focus on interior finishing, craftsmanship reflecting quality standards she and Jackson had established through mutual agreement regarding appropriate balance between aesthetic appeal and practical durability. Remarkable progress, Jackson observed, joining her observation point after completing business correspondence in office they now shared within expanded structure. Palmer believes roof completion possible before serious weather arrives if current conditions hold. Ruby nodded, practical assessment temporarily overshadowing emotional satisfaction, as she considered construction timeline against seasonal patterns familiar through years living in mountain regions. Windows must be priority once roofing completes. Interior work requires proper weatherproofing before snow arrives in earnest. Their conversation continued with comfortable exchange of observations and suggestions, partnership established through months of shared purpose, evident in mutual respect characterizing each interaction. Unlike Edwin Porter's dismissive attitude toward female perspectives on business matters or syndicate representatives' manipulative approach to property negotiations, Jackson genuinely valued Ruby's practical insights and management capabilities, recognizing contributions enhancing their shared enterprises rather than threatening individual authority. As sunset painted western sky with spectacular hues visible from their vantage point, Ruby allowed herself a moment of quiet wonder at journey bringing them to this accomplishment. From cookhouse at Silver Creek to expanded hotel operation, attracting regional attention through reputation established during syndicate confrontation. The roadhouse that had once represented desperate beginning following public rejection now served as foundation for thriving enterprise employing community members previously threatened by corporate water manipulation. Mining operations showing consistent results as well, Jackson noted, following her gaze toward distant slope where their combined claims now operated as single integrated venture. Pete's new extraction technique has improved efficiency beyond original projections. Ruby smiled at mention of their business partner, whose retirement from physical mining had transformed into supervisory position, allowing contribution through experience and knowledge rather than increasingly difficult labor. His innovations consistently surpass expectations. The man understands mineral behavior through instinct, cultivated over decades underground. Their shared appreciation for Old Pete's contributions, genuine recognition of capabilities rather than condescending tolerance often characterizing attitudes toward aging workers, reflected management philosophies separating their operations from exploitative approaches typical of larger corporate ventures. Workers received fair compensation, safe conditions, and opportunities for advancement based on demonstrated ability rather than social connection or conventional background requirements. Later that evening, in private quarters incorporated within expanded hotel structure, Jackson entered their shared sitting room to find Ruby studying architectural drawings spread across table normally reserved for shared meals during rare evenings without business responsibilities requiring attention. Her absorption in the plans, evident in slight furrow between brows and unconscious lower lip caught between teeth during concentrated examination, momentarily prevented notice of his arrival, allowing unobserved appreciation of partner whose capabilities consistently impressed him, despite extensive exposure through daily interaction. "Another expansion already?" he inquired lightly, announcement of presence causing Ruby to glance up with momentary startlement, quickly replaced by a welcoming smile. "The current project barely reaching completion before ambitious nature requires new challenge." Ruby's laughter acknowledged accuracy of his teasing observation regarding her characteristic determination, always seeking new possibilities beyond current accomplishments. "Not expansion precisely," she clarified, gesturing him closer to examine drawings. "More specialized purpose, requiring unique design considerations." Jackson studied the plans with genuine interest, rather than polite accommodation. Architectural training from Harvard education, allowing immediate appreciation for innovative features incorporated within traditional structural elements. Classroom spaces, he noted with growing comprehension, finger tracing indicated areas with obvious educational purpose. Library facilities and residential accommodations combined with practical training areas. Ruby nodded. Characteristic enthusiasm for new project, gradually overcoming initial hesitation regarding potential reception. "A women's business academy," she explained, watching his expression carefully for reaction to concept extending considerably beyond conventional educational opportunities typically available to women in 1870s society. "Providing practical training for those seeking independence through commercial ventures rather than traditional domestic arrangements, rather than dismissing the unconventional proposal or suggesting modifications aligning more closely with social expectations regarding appropriate female education." Jackson studied the plans with increasing admiration, evident in his expression. "Remarkable concept," he observed, genuine appreciation replacing potential condescension that might have characterized other men's responses. Combining practical instruction with theoretical knowledge while providing supportive community through residential component. The simple acceptance, recognizing value in unconventional concept without requiring justification against social expectations. Confirmed certainty regarding partnership they had established through shared purpose, preceding formal marriage. Unlike Edwin Porter's conditional approval based on conformity to predetermined standards, Jackson's support encompassed genuine recognition of innovative thinking, transcending conventional limitations. "You taught me that wealth means nothing without purpose," he added, moving behind Ruby to embrace her while continuing examination of drawings over her shoulder. "Resources directed toward meaningful impact rather than mere accumulation or ostentatious display." Ruby leaned into his embrace, comfort and physical connection established through months of shared experience, complementing intellectual partnership, evident in his understanding of project's significance beyond mere business expansion. "And you taught me that independence doesn't mean being alone," she replied, taking his hand from where it rested at her waist to guide it gently to her stomach, where subtle rounding provided evidence of transformation not yet visible through normal clothing but increasingly apparent in private moments. Jackson's sudden stillness communicated immediate comprehension before he carefully turned Ruby to face him, question in his expression receiving confirmation through her subtle nod and radiant smile. "How long have you known?" he asked, voice roughened with emotion transcending mere words. 3 weeks with certainty," Ruby answered, characteristic practical assessment balanced by genuine emotion, evident in softened expression. Though suspicion existed earlier without confirmation justifying announcement, his reaction contained everything her practical nature could have hoped for: joy untainted by concern regarding her continuing involvement in business operations, excitement regarding impending parenthood balanced by evident commitment to supporting her ongoing participation in enterprises they had established together. Unlike many men viewing pregnancy as justification for confining wives to exclusively domestic concerns, Jackson's genuine partnership philosophy encompassed understanding that Ruby's capabilities and determination would find appropriate expression beyond conventional maternal roles. Our future taking shape in multiple directions simultaneously, he observed, palm cradling gentle mound with reverent touch balancing protective instinct with continued respect for her independence. Business Academy preparing others for journeys similar to yours while new generation benefits from foundation we've established together. As moonlight filtered through windows of home built upon roadhouse, originally representing desperate beginning following rejection, Ruby considered contrasts between current contentment and desperate uncertainty following Edwin Porter's public humiliation. The journey from that moment to this one had followed no predetermined path or conventional expectation. Independence established through necessity, transforming into partnership, chosen through genuine recognition of mutual enhancement rather than desperate need or social expectation. Our child will understand that success emerges through determination rather than circumstance, Ruby observed, hands covering Jackson's where it still rested against her stomach. That capabilities matter more than appearance, and that partnership strengthens rather than diminishes individual potential. Jackson's smile contained everything Edwin Porter's calculated assessment had lacked. Genuine recognition of qualities making Ruby precisely who she was. Appreciation for strength developed through adversity, rather than superficial attributes typically defining feminine worth in their society. Our child will have extraordinary example in mother who transformed rejection into independence, before choosing partnership enhancing rather than restricting her capabilities. As autumn's golden splendor gradually yielded to winter's approaching chill, Ruby and Jackson stood together in home built upon foundation established through determination following public humiliation. The roadhouse that had once represented desperate beginning now served as cornerstone for expanding enterprises benefiting entire community previously threatened by syndicate exploitation. Their partnership, professional, personal, and now parental, had developed through journey neither could have anticipated when first meeting at Silver Creek. I never imagined this future, Ruby acknowledged, honesty replacing practical assessment that typically characterized her interactions. After Edwin's rejection, I convinced myself independence represented only reliable security worth pursuing. Jackson's arms tightened slightly around her, understanding rather than dismissal evident in his response. And after years focused solely on professional advancement, I never anticipated finding purpose transcending corporate success or connection valuable enough to risk established identity for uncertain transformation. Their shared recognition, parallel journeys from different beginnings converging through unlikely circumstances neither could have predicted, represented foundation stronger than conventional romance typically portrayed in sentimental novels or fashionable literature. Not fantasy, ignoring practical realities, nor arrangement subordinating emotional connection to social convenience, but genuine partnership, acknowledging both practical compatibility and authentic affection, developed through shared purpose. As moonlight painted silver patterns across expanded property built upon Ruby's original roadhouse, they stood together, watching distant mountain peaks occasionally visible through passing clouds. Their future, like mining claims requiring consistent effort to yield valuable results, would demand continued determination, regular maintenance, and occasional adjustments to changing conditions. Yet foundation established through genuine partnership promised sustainable success beyond momentary achievement or temporary acquisition. Partners, Ruby murmured, term encompassing relationship transcending conventional definitions, typically constraining connections between men and women in 1870s society. Partners, Jackson confirmed, simple acknowledgement containing commitment beyond elaborate declarations or extravagant promises. The woman once publicly rejected for excessive curves and unsuitable, appearance now stood confidently within embrace of man, who treasured precisely those qualities others had deemed problematic. The executive, once focused exclusively on corporate advancement, now found purpose in enterprises benefiting community previously targeted for exploitation. Together, they had discovered possibilities beyond individual limitations, genuine partnership enhancing rather than diminishing separate strengths through shared purpose and mutual respect. Established through circumstances neither could have anticipated when first meeting at Silver Creek. Their journey, like gold discovered in unexpected locations, requiring careful extraction and proper refining, had followed no conventional route or predictable progression. Yet resulting partnership promised sustainable value, transcending superficial assessments or temporary acquisitions, built upon foundation established through genuine connection rather than social convenience or desperate necessity. Edwin Porter's rejection had inadvertently launched Journey, revealing capabilities beyond previous imagination. Jackson Blackwell's initial deception had ultimately transformed into genuine connection through unlikely circumstances neither could have anticipated. And Ruby herself had discovered strength beyond mere independence, courage to risk connection despite previous betrayal, wisdom to recognize authentic transformation despite legitimate caution, and confidence to choose partnership, enhancing rather than diminishing individual capability. As autumn winds occasionally rattled windows of home built upon roadhouse originally representing desperate beginning following rejection, Ruby and Jackson discussed plans for both business academy and family they would soon establish, practical details naturally interwoven with emotional considerations, professional aspirations complementing personal hopes, individual perspectives contributing to shared vision, transcending conventional expectations regarding appropriate arrangements between men and women in their society. The simple gold band encircling Ruby's finger caught moonlight filtering through windows, symbolic reminder of journey beginning with mineral discovery, following painful rejection, and culminating in partnership established through genuine connection rather than social convenience. Unlike emerald originally offered before trust fully established between them, this ring represented certainty, built upon foundation requiring no artificial enhancement or ostentatious display to communicate authentic value. Ruby Collins Blackwell, name combining independent identity with chosen partnership, placed protective hand over slight roundness concealed beneath practical nightgown. The child growing within her would enter world substantially different from one she had navigated following Edwin Porter's public humiliation, community strengthened through collective resistance rather than divided through corporate exploitation, family established through genuine partnership rather than social convenience, and future offering possibilities beyond conventional limitations typically constraining women's aspirations in 1870s society. I believe this qualifies as golden future, she observed, with characteristic practical assessment balanced by genuine emotion, typically reserved for private moments between them. Though requiring consistent effort to maintain proper value like any worthwhile mining operation. Jackson's answering laughter, genuine amusement appreciating her ongoing mining metaphors rather than condescending tolerance of feminine peculiarity, confirmed certainty regarding partnership they had established through journey neither could have anticipated when first meeting at Silver Creek. Fortunately, we've demonstrated considerable skill at extracting maximum value from unexpected discoveries, he noted, hand covering hers where it rested protectively over their child. As moonlight continued painting silver patterns across expanded property, built upon Ruby's original roadhouse, they stood together, contemplating future, containing both challenges and possibilities beyond current circumstances. Whatever developments awaited them, business complications, family responsibilities, or community needs requiring attention, they would face them together, through partnership established on foundation stronger than conventional arrangements typically characterizing relationships between men and women in their society. The gold band symbolizing their connection had been fashioned from mineral discovered when Ruby stood entirely alone following public rejection. The child now growing represented future established through partnership, enhancing rather than diminishing individual strengths. And the expanded enterprises surrounding them demonstrated possibilities emerging when determination confronted adversity with courage transcending conventional expectations regarding appropriate limitations. Ruby Collins Blackwell, woman once deemed unsuitable through superficial assessment focused exclusively on physical appearance, had discovered genuine worth beyond social judgment or conventional standards. Jackson Blackwell, man once dedicated solely to corporate advancement through strategic calculation, had found purpose, transcending professional success through connection requiring authentic transformation rather than convenient performance. Together, they had established partnership representing genuine gold among relationships typically constrained through social convenience or practical necessity. Connection built upon foundations strong enough to withstand challenges inevitable in future, containing both opportunities and complications beyond current circumstances. The roadhouse that had once represented desperate beginning following public humiliation now served as cornerstone for expanding enterprises benefiting entire community. Their partnership, professional, personal, and parental, had developed through journey neither could have anticipated when first meeting at Silver Creek. Yet resulting connection promised sustainable value transcending superficial assessments or temporary acquisitions, like gold requiring effort to discover but offering lasting worth beyond momentary glitter or convenience. Ruby and Jackson had found genuine treasure, not in mineral wealth, but in partnership established through journey revealing capabilities beyond previous imagination and connection transcending conventional expectations. Their golden future built upon foundation established through determination following rejection and sustained through partnership enhancing rather than diminishing individual strengths, stretched before them with possibilities limited only by imagination and effort, required to transform potential into reality. February snow transformed the landscape surrounding Ruby and Jackson's expanded establishment into crystalline wonderland that sparkled beneath rare winter sunshine following 3 days of steady precipitation. Drifts, sculpted by persistent wind, created undulating patterns across open spaces between carefully maintained pathways connecting the main hotel, evolved from original roadhouse through methodical expansion, with auxiliary buildings housing various enterprises now thriving at the crossroads, once considered worthless property by all except Ruby following her rejection from Gold Hill society. Ruby stood on the broad covered porch, woolen shawl wrapped around shoulders that had carried significant burdens, yet never truly bowed beneath their weight. 5 months' pregnancy now showed clearly beneath the practical winter dress she'd modified to accommodate her changing figure, though she continued managing daily operations with characteristic efficiency that acknowledged physical changes without surrendering to limitations others might have imposed upon expectant women in their society. Jackson joined her silently, his presence comfortable rather than intrusive, as they stood together, surveying the community they'd helped build through circumstances neither could have anticipated when first meeting at Silver Creek. The hotel that had evolved from Ruby's original roadhouse now anchored growing settlement, blacksmith shop, general mercantile, and assayer's office, having established permanent operations nearby after recognizing strategic advantages of location, situated along routes connecting larger communities throughout the region. "Stagecoach approaching," Jackson observed, gesturing toward distant vehicle visible through occasional breaks in snow-laden evergreens lining the main road. "Impressive timing considering reported conditions between here and Sacramento." Ruby nodded, practical assessment temporarily overshadowing aesthetic appreciation of winter landscape spreading before them. "Driver must have continued despite storm warnings. Suggests passengers with compelling reasons for travel despite weather complications." The observation, spoken without dramatic emphasis, yet containing deeper understanding of desperation, sometimes motivating seemingly unwise decisions. Reflected experiences shaping Ruby's perspective beyond conventional expectations, typically limiting women's insights in their society. Jackson's answering squeeze of her hand acknowledged shared recognition of circumstances that might drive travelers to risk difficult conditions rather than remain in situations potentially more dangerous despite apparent safety. They remained on the porch as the stagecoach finally arrived, its progress slowed by snow-covered roads, yet ultimately successful through driver's determination and experienced handling of team, now steaming with exertion despite frigid temperatures. Jackson moved to assist passengers disembarking with evident relief after journey rendered more challenging through winter conditions, while Ruby directed staff regarding luggage and room arrangements with quiet efficiency, reflecting her continued active management despite advancing pregnancy. Among travelers emerging stiffly from the vehicle's confines, Ruby's attention fixed particularly on young women descending without male companion or obvious family connection. Unusual circumstance suggesting significant independence or potential difficulty warranting closer observation. The stranger's expression contained familiar combination of determination and desperation. Ruby immediately recognized from personal experience following Edwin Porter's public rejection months earlier. Something in the young woman's carefully maintained composure, dignity preserved despite circumstances obviously challenging enough to warrant solitary winter travel, sparked immediate recognition, transcending superficial details separating their specific situations. Ruby approached with welcoming smile, warmer than typically offered to unknown travelers, though maintaining professional demeanor appropriate to hotel proprietress greeting newly arrived guests. "Welcome to Collins Blackwell House," she greeted the young woman with genuine warmth beneath formal introduction. "I'm Ruby Blackwell. You'll find comfortable accommodations and excellent meals after what must have been a challenging journey through recent weather." The stranger, perhaps 20 years old with features suggesting refined background despite travel-worn appearance, returned Ruby's smile with evident relief, at reception lacking suspicious assessment often directed toward unaccompanied females in respectable establishments. "Emily Thornton." "I'm most grateful for your hospitality, Mrs. Blackwell. The journey proved considerably more adventurous than anticipated when departing Sacramento." Ruby personally escorted Emily toward the main entrance, while other staff attended remaining passengers with practiced efficiency developed through months of operations since expanding beyond original roadhouse dimensions. Though asking no questions regarding circumstances bringing young women to their establishment during difficult traveling conditions, Ruby's manner conveyed subtle understanding and support transcending mere hospitality typically offered to transient guests. "Please inform me directly should you require anything beyond standard accommodations, Miss Thornton," she offered, as they entered the warmly lit main hall where blazing fireplaces dispelled winter chill with welcoming efficiency. "We pride ourselves on attending individual needs rather than assuming identical requirements among all travelers." Emily's expression reflected momentary surprise at personalized attention from establishment's proprietress, rather than relegation to staff management typically characterizing larger operation. "You're very kind, Mrs. Blackwell. I confess this journey represents unexpected departure from previous arrangements, circumstances requiring rapid adjustment to altered expectations regarding immediate future." The carefully phrased explanation, revealing significant disruption without detailing specific difficulties, confirmed Ruby's initial assessment regarding similarities between this young woman's current situation and her own experience following public rejection that had ultimately led to establishing the very business now offering sanctuary to others facing comparable challenges. Sometimes altered expectations yield unexpected opportunities, Ruby observed with subtle emphasis suggesting personal experience rather than mere platitude. "Our establishment began through circumstances dramatically different from original plans, disruption ultimately revealing possibilities previously unimagined." Something in her tone must have communicated deeper understanding, as Emily's carefully maintained composure momentarily revealed vulnerability quickly concealed behind renewed determination. "I hope to discover similar possibilities once reaching my aunt's home in Virginia City. This represents merely temporary accommodation during necessary journey." "Of course," Ruby acknowledged without pressing further, despite recognition that necessary journey likely concealed significant personal difficulties warranting more substantial support than merely overnight lodging. "Please consider our establishment available for whatever duration proves most beneficial to your circumstances." Later that evening, with winter darkness settled completely across snow-covered landscapes surrounding their hotel, Ruby recounted the interaction to Jackson as they completed evening review of operational details requiring attention before retiring to private quarters. Unlike many husbands who might have dismissed feminine intuition regarding strangers' circumstances as sentimental imagination, Jackson listened with genuine interest to observations based on Ruby's personal experience and resulting insights. She carries herself with dignity, masking evident difficulty, Ruby explained, organizing ledgers containing days' transactions with characteristic precision despite conversation addressing matters beyond mere business operations. Something in her expression mirrors what I suspect appeared in mine when leaving Gold Hill following Edwin's rejection. Determination, masking desperate uncertainty regarding future, suddenly requiring complete reconsideration. Jackson nodded thoughtfully, perspective shaped through witnessing Ruby's journey from rejection through independence to partnership they now shared. Your unique experience provides insights others might miss entirely. Do you intend offering assistance beyond standard hospitality? Nothing intrusive, Ruby clarified. Practical assessment balancing compassionate inclination with respect for individual privacy. Simply ensuring she understands potential opportunities should Virginia City plans prove less viable than currently anticipated. Everyone deserves chance to discover their own gold, whether literal or figurative possibilities revealed through circumstances initially appearing entirely devastating. The simple statement, acknowledging transformative potential within apparently destructive experiences. Encapsulated wisdom developed through Ruby's personal journey from public humiliation to current prosperity, built upon foundation established through that very rejection. Jackson's expression reflected appreciation for perspective transcending mere sympathy, to recognize genuine opportunity sometimes hidden within apparent catastrophe. Your Women's Business Academy might eventually provide structured support for similar situations, he observed, referencing plans progressing steadily toward implementation once winter weather permitted construction resumption. Framework offering practical education alongside community understanding challenges frequently facing women seeking independence beyond conventional arrangements. Ruby nodded, hand unconsciously moving to cradle growing evidence of their child beneath practical winter dress. Precisely my intention. Independence, established through necessity rather than choice, often requires support structures conventional society rarely provides women facing unexpected disruption of established expectations. As they moved from public areas toward private quarters established through expansion, converting original roadhouse to substantial hotel operation, Ruby passed wall-mount mirror previously installed during renovation, completed before winter weather suspended further construction. Her reflection caught peripherally showed image that momentarily arrested her progress. Curved figure pressed against Jackson's solid frame as his arm naturally encircled her waist, their bodies fitting together with perfect complementarity despite physical characteristics once deemed excessive by Gold Hill society standards. The image crystallized how far she had traveled from woman who once measured worth through others' eyes, particularly regarding physical attributes publicly rejected as unsuitable, through Edwin Porter's calculated assessment months earlier. The curves once deemed problematic now appeared precisely right against Jackson's larger frame. Physical manifestation of partnership enhancing rather than diminishing individual characteristics, through mutual appreciation rather than critical judgment. Jackson noticed her momentary pause, following her gaze toward reflection, showing their figures outlined against lamplight, illuminating hallway leading toward private quarters. "What are you thinking?" he asked quietly, lips brushing her temple with affectionate gesture, balancing respect with intimate familiarity, established through months of genuine partnership. Ruby smiled, taking his hand from where it rested against her waist to place it over their growing child. Physical evidence of connection established through journey, neither could have anticipated when first meeting at Silver Creek. "That some treasures are found," she replied, turning within his arms to face him directly rather than through reflected image, "and some are made together." The distinction between discovery of existing value and collaborative creation of something entirely new, encapsulated wisdom developed through experiences, transforming rejection into opportunity, independence into partnership, and isolation into connection, enhancing rather than diminishing individual capabilities through shared purpose and mutual respect. Jackson's answering kiss contained both passion and promise, acknowledgement of journey completed alongside anticipation of countless chapters yet unwritten in story continuing beyond current moment. As winter snow continued falling beyond windows of home established through determination following rejection, Ruby and Jackson stood together in hallway, connecting public success with private contentment. Partnership built upon foundations stronger than conventional arrangements, typically characterizing relationships between men and women in their society. The woman once publicly rejected for excessive curves and unsuitable parents now stood confidently within embrace of man who treasured precisely those qualities others had deemed problematic. The executive once focused exclusively on corporate advancement now found purpose in enterprises benefiting community previously targeted for exploitation. Together, they had discovered possibilities beyond individual limitations, genuine partnership enhancing rather than diminishing separate strengths through shared purpose and mutual respect. Established through circumstances neither could have anticipated. Outside, the stagecoach that had delivered Emily Thornton and other travelers to their establishment stood silent beneath gradually accumulating snow, like circumstances initially appearing challenging, yet potentially containing opportunities not immediately apparent beneath superficial difficulties. Inside, Ruby and Jackson moved toward private quarters with comfortable familiarity reflecting genuine connection, established through journey revealing capabilities beyond previous imagination and relationship transcending conventional expectations. Their kiss deepening with familiar passion requiring no performance or calculation, they continued toward bedroom, now containing evidence of impending parenthood, alongside symbols of professional success and personal connection. The partnership they had established, like gold requiring effort to discover yet offering lasting value beyond momentary convenience, promised continued growth through challenges and opportunities awaiting them beyond current circumstances. Ruby Collins Blackwell, woman once deemed unsuitable through superficial assessment, had discovered genuine worth beyond social judgment or conventional standards. Jackson Blackwell, man once dedicated solely to corporate advancement, had found purpose transcending professional success through connection requiring authentic transformation. Together, they had completed circular journey from rejection through independence to partnership, representing genuine treasure beyond mere mineral wealth or temporary acquisition. Their future, like gold discovered in unexpected locations, promised sustained value through continued determination and shared purpose, transforming apparent obstacles into opportunities beyond conventional limitations.